We saved. Boom, there we go. There we go. That should be better. Saved. Nothing like some technical issues first thing in the morning. I really need to, for the longest of time, my mic has just been plugged in via USB. Oh, shit. I actually replied to that guy that I would craft the binding of binding. Whoops. I'm probably about to get a personal order. Shit, let's hope I can craft that. I meant to move that out of the way of the screen. I didn't mean to click on the button. Okay. Good thing I can do it then. Whoops. 2.5k tip and all. Winning. Okay, that wasn't planned in the slightest. Whilst I'm at the table, should we do patron orders? 2 people that want signets crafted. I'm not using those orders for anything else, are we? Cash money's first things this morning. Not even trying. Go on, give me some resource procs. Oh, we saved the bloodstone. That's cash money. Saved a bloodstone. We are winning at life today. Craft queue. Go on, give me some juicy... No, never lucky. When doing follower dungeons, how many can you do per hour or day? Is there a cap? There is a cap, but it's slightly different to normal. I think it's 50 runs per 24-hour period, I believe. It's slightly different to the 10 runs per hour that you can do normal dungeons. I'm pretty sure follower dungeons are capped at 50, although they did change it a couple of times. So there may possibly have been another change since I last saw it, but it's roughly 50 a day. Let's throw that bloodstone on the auction house. No reason not to. Hang on, does this dude want something else? No, he's good. Where'd it go? 1 times vicious bloodstone. Yoink. Is that per account or Toonal Realm? Is there a way to do more than a cap? Well, no, because a cap is a cap for a reason. Like I said, I don't know the full ins and outs. I can't quite remember, but that's the number I remember off the top of my head. About 50 a day, roughly. If you're doing more than 50 a day, relax. Honestly, in any way, shape, or I know this is me with five accounts on the screen telling you to relax, but it's yeah, it's quite a high number. It's designed so that it's not really going to be a problem. I'm going to guess you're trying to farm cloth then, so I still think it is one of the better ways to farm cloth. But even then, it'll take you a few hours, I would guess, to churn through 50 runs. What's my prices on these? Minimum 1.7. They're dipping under 1.7 mil on these mounts. I'm not overly convinced I want to let them go for that cheaper price, because that's pricing the Mechanica at like a real cheap value. I'm not sure I'm about that life. I might go get some more of the pets, actually, before we list those. Oh, it's Children's Week as well, isn't it? Oh my god, there's so much to do today. So much to do. I started leveling some new lobies yesterday as well. I figured out we've got this Demon Hunter boost thing working now. I've already been able to get like some level 40-ish alts up and running. So we're we're getting the whole boost, solo boost leveling thing on the go quite nicely as well. We'll come back to that in a minute. I wanted to finish patron orders. Where's he gone? Craft queue? Wow, not a single order. Well, I guess we're not getting any leatherworking points today then. Big stinky. Yeah, I got vaults to do. We've got Children's Week to explore. There's some new Children's Week stuff as well, apparently. There's all sorts going on. Chalita, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. You got sun in Helsinki this morning. No more snow. We had some sun here this morning. It was wonderful. I'm not doing the Mechanica farm, but in my point of view, I wouldn't sell them out to this expansion. They'll go up in price the next one when nobody has them and no will to do them anymore. Yeah, this is why I'm not overly concerned about selling the mounts out right now. The fact that I have them and have them to sell as well is kind of one of those that it's kind of like, well, I mean, I'll still have them to sell until I sell them sort of thing.
Many wares.
I'm not too fussed. Especially considering I'm Why is this level 0? How can we have a level 0? That's not quite right, is it? I'm missing the other one of them. Yay? Nay? That's level... My bag add-on's gone all funky. It keeps telling me all of this is like level 0. Did we do any updates? Some real life errands to do today, so probably be a nice thing to go out for once. Yeah, nice bit of sun today. I'm actually going to be in Helsinki on Thursday for Vappu. Why are you not going to let me update? I'm not buying a bed from Yusk. Leave me alone. Stupid ads. Update all. The lengths I go to not see ads in this world, yet there are some things like CurseForge that still shows ads to me. There's a button to remove ads, but then you have to pay $3 a month. I don't really want to pay $3 a month just to not see this one ad the 3 times I open this each week. Maybe they'll go up, but people will be a little less aware of the mounts, right? Well, yeah, but people still know what the Vial of the Sands is. The reality for me, and this is the theory I'm going by with this at least anyway, people are more than happy to disagree with me on this, but the fact that you can go to the auction house and search for mounts, boom, anything that's on this list, hang on, I've got it filtered to just show, anything that's on this list is going to get views on it, right? People are going to see it. People are going to see it, and that's categorically going to mean that there'll be some interest in this over the years, right? So whether it be now or in 5 years' time, you know, we've still got, I mean, there's a huge amounts of stuff on here. Look at the June Scavengers, Chewed-on Reins of the Terrified Pack Mule, Golden Mane Reins. These are all the old BFA World Drop mounts, or Zone Drop technically. Jeweled Onyx Panthers, crafted mounts, right? The fact that this list exists, there'll be people that will want, you know, people want to go uncollected only, and they'll want to make this list disappear, right? There's always people that love collecting mounts, and it's one of the first, like, big things that new players will sort of strive to achieve. And if these are, you know, listed, then there's there's the chance of selling it. And I know categorically that the lengths you have to go to in order to farm the Mechanica is probably something that people are willing to do now because it's sort of the current content. But soon as everybody's interest has moved on to something else, the likelihood is their interest will also move on. And with how flippin' annoying they are to farm up, it's no surprise to me. It would be of no surprise to me, I should probably say, that we might see the prices sort of more hover around the true effort that it takes to go and get them, which is a lot. There is currently, and I don't really see this changing all that much, there is currently no real way to get more than like maybe one Mechanica every other hour. And so let's say you just want to make, you want to make 30k gold an hour. The fact that you might only get one Mechanica every 2 hours means that even at very cheap rates, Mechanica should be like 60k a piece. You multiply that by the 25 you need for a mount, and then all of a sudden you're looking at like a minimum 1.5 million or something along those lines. But every single Mechanica you get is worth nothing until you hit that magic number of 25 of them. So it's not just a case if you have to spend an hour or two to get the one and then you've got something that you can sell. No, you've got to do 30 hours of farming prior to you getting anything at all. And so it isn't necessarily that appealing to most farmers even, because farmers would rather go pick up herbs or something, But it's speculation, it's guesswork. All guesswork. There's part of me that thinks I should probably go and investigate this little event thing again a little bit more, now that I'm hoping, after nearly a week of it being out, that they might have fixed it. That said, I'm not holding my breath.
My directive has been fulfilled.
But I've got plenty to do today. I need to do 4 delves today. This is something that is kind of quite high on my list. I need to run 4 delves today. That, or I need to admit to myself that I'm only ever going to get 2 options from the vault from this point on. Running 8 delves a week is starting to get a bit of a chore. It's Tuesday and I haven't done it, which should be a strong indication that I'm finding it a chore. Are we capped? Within reason, we are capped. There is only 4 more that we can get, which will give us 15 runed crests. We can't do anything with weathered, carved, or runed crests, but convert them into gilded. I'm not sure what we're going to do with our crests on tomorrow, actually. I'm not sure what if anything we can really do. It's going to be half Spark Week, isn't it? Is it going to be half Spark Week? It's going to be half Spark Week. I already have my enchanted runed. Oh, that's a runed Undermine crest. That's not going to really see much use, is it? Because at this point, if we're going to craft something, it's going to be a 675. Neck is next on the list to upgrade. Neck or cape. Neck or cape. Both of those are still stuck at champion tier. If we can get a neck or a cape out of our vault tomorrow, or from our map delve tomorrow, then that'll leave us only 1 upgrade needed. I mean, in theory, our map delve plus the vault is technically good enough to give us both, but I can't imagine that'll happen. We'd have to really hit the RNG jackpot for that to happen. So Gilded Crests now are going to be, or at least this week, going to be designated towards just getting some of these 406s up to 606s before we get the ability to upgrade them to 8 of 8. Hero Track is going up to 8 of 8, isn't it? In this turbo mode that they've announced. Have I even spoke about that on stream? When did we get news about this turbo mode thing? I need to make videos on this sort of stuff more frequently. 8 delves a week feels like a chore for me on day one. I just can't be bothered running through them. Yeah, this is what I worry is going to be the long tail issue with delves, is that the content itself isn't very replayable. You can, of course, do something again, but there is a limited amount of times somebody is willing to just do something again when the rewards start to diminish. And I'm very much at the point where running 8 delves to get hero track gear out the vault is getting very boring. I'm realistically going to run 3 11s for my gilded crests and then make sure my other crests are capped out so I can convert them all into gilded crests. And then that's it. And actually, they're going to lift the currency caps, aren't they? They're going to remove the currency caps when all of this goes to 8 out of 8 hero track as well. Which means at that point, you can just grind it out. What's it going to go up to? 6. Crafted gear is going to go up to 680. Was it going up 6 item levels? So 681 item level. Crafted gear is going to. Hero track gear is going to be 8 out of 8 instead of 6 out of 6. But when they remove the currency caps, then in theory you just grind, because you can convert every time you get 45 runed undermine crests, you can convert them to gilded, and every time you do that, you can upgrade 1 rank somewhere on your gear. It's almost tempting to just like completely not bother until that turns up at this point. Until they remove the caps completely and just let you go ham. Let you fly at it. Some 603s, they need to be sent over and sold actually. What's this? Oh, knowledge point. Yoink. Sorry, I'm still a little bit pre-coffee this morning. I woke up late. I didn't sleep very well last night. My dog's, well, you guys know, she's just about in shot here. She's hiding. But, yeah, she's old and she gets restless in the night. She gets too warm. And then she doesn't sleep, and she paces around, and she pants, and she, you know, tries to scratch under the bed, and keeps me awake as well. And then I stay awake worrying about her, because I'm a big softie, and all of this. So I'm a bit tired this morning. Do I do the delves first thing, or do I just decide that it's not worth doing the 4 extra delves for 1 possible... Well, what are the delves? I guess that should be the next question, shouldn't it, really? Do I feel the value in going and doing them? And the reality is I need to do all 4 of them, which is Skittering Breach, the Waterworks, the Spiral Weave, and Excavation Site 9. I need to do all 4 delves, admittedly on 8, so I just absolutely blast them. I need to do all 4 delves for another 649 piece of gear tomorrow. Is that more worthwhile doing, or am I at the point where I'm just happy to say I'll have 2? I'll do 1 and then see how I feel. I know that's completely stupid, because then if you do 1, you kind of have to do all 4. You hit sunk cost fallacy, but we'll see. End of the month 2, have you done your trading post stuff? Yes. Yeah, I've done trading post. That's as min-maxed as can be this month. It's not showing as bountiful. Is it going to be bountiful when I get in here? Yes. Brand's level 71 these days.
You'll find me wherever
He's
the
getting
action
there. He's getting there. I might as well steal a free buff. These guys... kind of feel a bit bad that these characters aren't really doing anything, but... Oh, the Innovation Investigator is actually being listed at 1.8 mil. Still feels too cheap.
helps are coming.
What are we meant to be doing here? Hang on, reading a thing. I didn't even start the delve. Whoops. We didn't even start the process. Now we're collecting explosives. Let's make sure we actually do the thing, shall we?
Here's your take of the spoils.
I don't know what they've done with all of these puzzles, but they've basically nullified the reason of them even existing. Wait, we killed one pack and it was 72%? How's that work? Wow, really don't have to kill many of these things for the quest in there. Yo, brand do brand things? Yoink. Oh, I hope I don't end up with Demon Hunter keybind muscle memory. Although I can quite literally play a hunter with my eyes closed. So maybe I shouldn't worry too much.
Fantastic.
That's 3. There's another one here. 4, 5. We're missing one more. How we doing, Lady Daisy? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. It's number 5. We're missing 1. Is the one conveniently up here? Yeah, there we go. Yoink. No reason not to pull everything these days. Nice. Everything dead? Everything dead.
Get out of the way.
Pull everything. If in doubt, pull more. Nothing has ever gone wrong with pulling more. As long as we can keep aggro, that is. Oh my god, don't stand on the egg. Blow you up. Blow you up. Oh, I missed one. It was a bonus one. I need details about the furniture crafting, please, players. Yeah, they're good with these blog posts, aren't they? The fact that they'll give you a heads up of roughly what you can think about maybe possibly seeing, but that's about it. Because it's the detail that's needed, isn't it? The overarching principle is great, but detail matters. Detail matters a lot because it could go one of two ways. I was thinking about this. Let's just think for a minute about the bonus reagents they're going to add for the purpose of crafted decor. Now, there's so many different ways they could do this. They could make the decor reagents bind on pickup, meaning that you have to go and manually get them on each of your crafters, which is an annoyance, but there's no denying it then does add some inherent value to them because of the effort required to go get them. They could make them warbound, meaning any of your characters can go and get them. Slightly less of an inconvenience, of course, but with that lesser level of inconvenience, there's likely to be even less profit in the whole system, because if it's less inconvenient for you, it's less inconvenient for somebody else. They could make them farmable and sold on the auction house as a completely new commodity reagent that can be listed and traded and sold, which would almost instantly mean that there is zero added value into crafting. The only value will be in farming them, which is also somewhat problematic. Or should I say the only value add will be in having the recipes to craft the final goods, which is then another thing we need to consider. Where do we get the recipes for all of this from? Are they going to be world drop recipes that are stupid expensive on like golden toilet seat items and like mink skin sofa seats and, you know. The potential value of doing any of it from a goblin perspective very, very heavily lies in how they actually structure the whole system. So the details are super important. Where'd I get these super speed boots from?
Nice find.
This is the treasure room now. Here we go.
Treasure close by.
If you had 1.5 million gold and you played a lot of alts but mainly want to raid an M+, what would you suggest to invest your gold in? I currently run 2 accounts, but no clue why I do. 1.5 million gold isn't really a lot to do investing with. That's kind of like... The reason being is because your investments are never going to return you much more than, let's say, like 10-20%, right? So if you buy something with the intention of just reselling something again, you either, if you want the super low effort approach, you go materials, and the super low effort approach basically means at the cheap part of the season, which is roughly around now, you buy up a bunch of materials and then you wait until the new season starts and you sell them when all of you and your friends who are mythic plussing and raiding need everything super urgently and buy everything at a premium. That means you can take cheap stuff and sell it for slightly more. You can probably make 20-30% return on that. But there's that big time gap in the middle there, right? So you've got a few months where you'd have to spend, let's say, 1 million of that gold to maybe get 1.2 million back. It would take you a few months to make 200k, is the reality. But you're taking that risk of spending 1 million gold in the first place. So in that regard, I hope you can start to see that actually 1.5 million gold for the purpose of investments is not a lot, as the return is never really going to be that fantastic. An extra 200k, sure, might help you pay for your season or whatever, but risking 1 million to do it or risking 2/3 of your gold becomes a problem. If you actually want to put some time and effort into it, you could try and do cross-realm trading, which is where you buy stuff off the cheap servers, namely things like in-demand recipes, pets, transmog, stuff that is sold on a server-by-server basis. And you take it to the smaller realms, which often have higher prices because they don't have quite the same supply of these items, and you sell them there. Obviously, it's a lot more effort focused. You have to do an awful lot of research into what things you might want to buy and might want to sell, and you have to start understanding third-party resources. It's significantly more effort from your part, but it does have the ability to be a lot more profitable when you get good at it. There is a reason why, though, most Mythic Pluses and most Raiders very quickly end up trying to boost other people. You offer the service of, well, I've got shitloads of gear. I'm geared to the teeth. I know how to, borderline solo these dungeons and raids. And your value to others is that they will pay you a small amount to run them through the content, just standard boosting. But that market is very cutthroat, very competitive, and in my eyes, just often a little bit too weird. It doesn't really mean that you're using any of the gold that you currently have, but you're selling your expertise at an area of the game. Then the third option, and the one that requires you not so much to have lots of accounts, but to have lots of alts, is to basically set up basic professions on them and use concentration every couple of days. This bar of concentration with each of your professions is worth something. You can take quality 2 materials when crafting something. Let's take a gem, for example. Gems that are obviously popular sellers when people get their new gear. You can take quality 2 materials, which are always going to be much, much, much cheaper. Use your concentration button. See what it does to the profit here. Use your concentration button to make that thing at quality 3. Where normally, to do that, you'd have to use the quality 3 materials that get really expensive. So the cost to craft is much higher when you use all quality 3 materials, but you're not using concentration. Using quality 2 and your concentration, of course, your concentration isn't going to go very far. It'll only allow you to make like a few of these. Let's say 5 for rough maths here. A full bar of concentration is roughly 5 quick emeralds, but I'm making like 600 gold profit on each one, on average. That's taking into account that you'll multi-craft on some, you'll resourcefulness on some. So you just have very basic professions set up, and every few days you burn this bar and turn it into something that you can sell for more. Did they ban boosting? No, not at all. No, they've made they've made the advertising of boosting a little bit more strict. You're not allowed to use like level 1 characters and spam 20 different realms. They've tried to cut out some of the shenanigans. But you can boosting is still absolutely allowed. Obviously for gold only, may I add. Otherwise it's considered real money transactions, and that is bannable. Where's our next delve then? Let's quickly bang these out. These are not too long. Skittering Breach. Where's the flight path? It's here, but I can't. It's here, but I can't see it. Where is it? Oh no, it's not. That's the daily quest hub thing, isn't it? Where is the flight master? You're here. Skittering breaches up this way. Do I get one icy throne for every alt that's killed Arthas, or only one per account from the account achievement? Yeah, that's going to be... I reckon there are going to be unique decor items. I mean, they kind of already sort of said that, you know, if you kill a Nixia, you should only ever get one Nixia's head to place on your wall, for example, you know? Thanks for the raid last night. Hope you're well. Welcome in, Goldson, by the way. Welcome, welcome. You're very welcome, my friend. I wasn't able to stick around much all myself. I had my food was calling me, but I hope you had a good rest of your stream. I can never find the entrance to this place. Here it is. Yeah, boosting is one of those markets where it's always going to exist. You can never completely outlaw it, because the reality is that if there is a need for somebody, there'll be something that this is the problem with RMT, not just boosting, but like real money transactions in at its core. You have the inherent problem that if somebody sees value in something, there'll be somebody that's willing to sell it to you and somebody that will be willing to buy it. It doesn't matter what the game devs say. The game devs would only, they only don't allow it because they want to try and keep some level of legitimacy in actually playing the game to earn the rewards instead. And secondly, if you are going to buy something, they'd rather you buy it off them, not off somebody else. I don't know what's going on here. I don't think I've ever done this one before.
Found a bit of gold.
Addicted to Vietnamese banh mi rolls. I have no clue what those are. This is why I love Team Australia, because you're so connected to Asia in general, food-wise. That you're exposed to stuff I've never even heard of. In here somewhere. It must be. Wait, 70 mil? That's like boss level health. Oh, he's pieced out. Oh, maybe we have to kill him multiple times throughout the thing. Oh, no, we're getting ambushed again. And one of my personal concerns with like any form of boosting in general is that it's... Now, this is a very, very broad sweeping generalization, so don't shoot the messenger on this one. But what I tend to think is that people that get deep into boosting, you are literally one stepping stone away from RMT. And I tend to believe that the people that get into boosting are also quite likely to be the people that will also be more than willing to bend the rules if it favors them. And so this is why Blizzard sort of tries to crack down on boosting communities, because regardless of what they say, there is absolutely real money transactions going on within them. So it means that the communities that revolve around those are often quite dodgy and will literally throw you under the bus if it benefits them. Now, like I said, these are very broad, sweeping generalizations. It is not going to apply to everybody that sells boosts, but the concept is that I tend to feel it's very closely related in general. And so anybody that gets into boosting will often, regardless of whether they feel that they've done anything wrong or not, will get, you know, abuse hurled their way, and it's not necessarily a nice environment sometimes. Which, if all you're doing it for is to make a little bit of gold, I would say that it's probably not worth it. Play the game, enjoy the game, buy a token whenever you need it. I didn't even use the trap as friendly fire. I did in the Nightfall Delve too. Was able to clear an 11 with a 570 item level tank. Oh my god.
That's more like it.
If you slow and steady any of the delves, technically you can probably work your way through them. This is the thing with delves, that like it's not going to be very efficient use of your time, and you might die 20 times doing it, but you can probably inch your way through them. Banh mi is a Vietnamese sandwich that has gained popularity worldwide. Grilled pork, meatballs, vegetarian options, often featuring tofu, vegetables. Nothing wrong with a good sandwich. Can't say no to a good sandwich. And if people want to put their local twist on it, then sounds good to me.
Those ships are coming for us. Nice fight. Oh, Fran's got your back.
Lived in Vietnam for 3 years, love the food. I'm always open to trying new foods. One thing that appeals, like, I've always had this slight problem, like, I don't know if it's exactly this, but the MSG that is used in a lot of Asian cuisine disagrees with me. Like, very heavily disagrees with me. It gives me, like, hangover stomach feel if I have too much MSG. Which is a problem, but it doesn't stop me from ever trying any of it. It's, but yeah, I like the fact that it's often spice, like unregulated levels of spicy as well, which makes me giggle. I'm not bad with spice. I can reasonably handle spice, so I don't mind it. But I know that the spice often puts a lot of people off, because if you're not used to anything that's hot, then it can literally make you feel like you want to die. Something's going on. You're doing a shadow barrier. That's what's going on here. Let me focus on killing these for a second. I'm trying to keep a conversation going whilst not knowing what the hell's going on in my delve. Let me refocus for a minute. Do delves have the same... I've not even really tested this. Do delves have the same leashing that dungeons have? Meaning if you pull something, you've pulled it. Or does stuff actually start to
To dodge!
evade after a certain distance? I mean, there is only one way to find this shit out, but I've always played the steady approach in delves just to guarantee success. But we could absolutely nuke these if we just chain pull the entire thing. Oh, we've got to defeat this dude again.
Those ships are coming for us!
What have we missed? Missed you lot. Isn't there another delve boost coming May 10th? Well, there's this turbo mode thing. I don't know what it's doing to delves particularly. I don't think it's doing anything to delves. I think it's changing the item level, maximum item level of gear a little bit. Crafted gear is going up by 6 item levels. So we'll have 681 crafted gear. The leader of one of the biggest boost communities that was shut down was making over $20,000 a month. He had a business running, did taxes and everything. Oh yeah. There's absolutely no question that these are hugely profitable companies. And this is what I always said about the boosting community. I don't really have any negativity towards the people that are actually doing the grunt work, the people who are leveling the characters, the people who are actually doing the boosts. It's more the fact that the organizers of the whole thing, right? The people who are shaving 20% off the top of every transaction by running it through a community sort of thing, is those are the people who are without question RMTing like their life depends on it, and in some cases their life does depend on it because it is literally their primary income. No questions. And the amount that they were making is silly, which is why they do it. And the fun thing is, it's not illegal. This is the thing, right? People are, but you can get banned for boosting. No, that's Blizzard rules. There's nothing legal there. It's just Blizzard's rules. It's Blizzard's prerogative to ban you from being able to play the game if they don't want you to play the game. There's nothing illegal in doing what they like I said, pay taxes, the whole shebang, right? It's legitimate business. Blizzard can obviously take offense to you doing it, and I'm sure they will have, you know, reasons to try and stop you. But fundamentally, there's nothing law-breaking against it.
Nothing old Bran can't get through.
Right, that was the second one. I don't even have keys to open this. I'm literally not here for anything other than a bit of Bran experience. and the credit for running the thing. Let's get to the next one. 2 down. In the EU, they could have problems for it. Somebody will do a class action lawsuit. I mean, like I said, Blizzard can take offense to you doing it, and like evading a ban and stuff can be problematic. But like I said, often you'll find that the top tier people in these boosting communities were literally running it like a business. They probably don't have accounts realistically that Blizzard could ban, or certainly not ones that are overly publicized, right? Blizzard wouldn't even know who to ban in that scenario. They could try and figure out where all the gold is being funneled to and traded from, but you know, it becomes problematic. It becomes difficult. And yes, if you are repeatedly being a nuisance to another business, then there are actions that can be taken, but conceptually these people are not really doing anything wrong, which is why they're fully tax-paying, legitimate businesses at the top of the tower.
We are the heart of shadow. Don't.
What an incredible first message in the chat, by the way. A BLT with honey mustard. Kiwi Spuds, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow as well, by the way. Did you follow because the chat's on follower mode or something? I'm not even sure. I don't think it's on follower only mode. If it is, it's not my intention to harvest follows because of it. I'm a top tier streamer. I don't even know how to check. Follower only chat is off, okay. You should. There's lots of things on Twitch I probably should do, but I try not to. PTR today? No, I've got way too much on my card today to be doing some PTR stuff. I need to get these delves finished. I need to get my daily kills done in the Undermine. I need to finish off leveling some more toons to 70 to, in essence, help smooth out the process predominantly of getting my rare kills done each day. And that's just for starters. Oh, not so much me visiting it, the fact that it might turn up. It's plausible. The catalog did change to, if you check your launcher, one of the test realms is now tagged as 1117, so it might not be too long before they do something. What are we doing here? Okay. Oh, it's this flipping one. Yes, there is a possibility, or at least this week. I wouldn't be too surprised if they see it. I hope they don't do it on Thursday. For those who I may or may not be aware, Thursday being the 1st of May is quite a big deal in Finland. It's a public holiday. It's a public holiday many places, I think. But it's a day off that I will actually be also taking. We'll be back on Friday, but it does mean we won't be streaming or doing anything on Thursday, so I'm hoping they don't drop the PTR on a Thursday. Not working on Labour Day, the holiday of work. We Got to take some days occasionally. How's the power leveling going? It took me longer than I care to admit yesterday to figure out some of the logistics. Since my first initial plan was to make level 1, was to basically make goblins and paladins like I've done previously. Now, there's one significant problem with doing that, being that you have to complete either Exile's Reach or the starter zone on those characters first. You can't just port them out from when they're created, or from what I can gather at least anyway. You have to basically level them to 10 normally before they can party sync with others and get boosted, which adds huge amounts of additional time and effort when you're conceptually trying to do it 4 times, which kind of blows, because it does hyper restrict the amount of classes that I can have leveled in that way. So I've kind of gone back to my theory of just having Volpera hunters and millions of them, because I've figured out exactly what I need to do to get a Volpera created and enough of the quests done so that they can properly party sync. Realistically, they just have to go do the first couple of quests to speak to Chromie and then tell Chromie time to sod off. But yeah, I've gone back to my theory of just probably just having a shitload of Volpera hunters, because it's easier that way. Any of the classes that now start at level 10 though, it's a much quicker and easier process to get them created, get their like 30-second quest and intro quests finished, and get them to the point where they can be summoned in and party synced with your level 70 for the boosting. I'm meant to be using like these things, aren't I? I've just not bothered putting one of those down at all. Where's the next treasure pile? Here.
You give that! No, something! Not my fault!
But yeah, allied races, any of the allied races, very quick and easy. They start at level 10. It's a 30-second job to get the basic quest out of the way so that they can be summoned over and can party sync. But level 1s means you have to do the starting zone. You have to level them up to 10 in what we should say natural fashion first, which is not so easy to multi-box. Kind of defeats the object a little bit. But it's fine. Volperas is kind of what I would have wanted anyway. The only reason I didn't make them all Volpera to start with is because I wanted some paladins so that they could queue us, healers and tanks if we ever did any dungeon stuff. But just have to forego that luxury for now. Figure that out another day. Zandalari trolls can be paladins, and they start at level 10. Maybe.
You got to dodge.
It's an option. Like I said, yesterday for me was just sort of like a little bit of initial early like testing, figuring shit out, trying to like get the logistics down. When we start churning out alts left, right and center with it, then we can start to do a little bit more. I need one of these down. I've suddenly realized I'm going to die if I don't use that. I am definitely forgetting to play the game here.
Give me a moment, champion.
Oh, now I don't have one of those candle things. Ah, flipping hell. I've only got one of those. Let me go get it back then. Yoink. Damn you delves that have mechanics in that I have to pay attention to. Can't you see I'm busy?
Found a bit of gold. Fantastic.
Well, we might end up with a bunch of Zandalari paladins then in that case.
Smell that? It's treasure. I know it. We're close.
This is also the big advantage for me of doing this sort of stuff on stream. You guys point out my mistakes very quickly. I tend not to have to learn by my mistakes too quickly. Or, you know, I can learn by my mistakes very quickly. I don't have to wait until it's too late. You guys are always very quick to point out when I'm doing something dumb, which is very appreciated, by the way. We learn together. There's a treasure thing over here.
That device keeps us safe from the poison. Hold on to it.
No, take care.
Oh, let me go grab this stupid candle thing. Bring it over it.
It's you. Find more shinies.
Ever since they announced that the horrific visions will drop heroic track gear, my motivation for delves has plummeted. Yeah, I'm 2 pieces short from like having full hero gear anyway. So I'm kind of like, I'm touching the finish line, or it feels like I'm touching the finish line, which is realistically the only reason I'm giving it the time of day right now. Just because I kind of feel as if I'm close, and yeah, sure, I could just wait a little bit, but I'm playing the game now, you know. These are some of the reasons, though, why I am more against having like these catch-up gearing and stuff within the same season that the content is like the content. Because of that exact reason, it kind of paints this picture of, well, do I just wait until the end of like a couple of weeks' time when it's all catch-up? Like it seems really, you know, counterintuitive to me. I get that people want like bad luck protection systems and they want catch up and stuff, but I don't think any of that should be in the current progressible season, because you're just permanently, I don't know, you're permanently trying to evaluate, is this content worth doing now, or if I want the reward from this but it's not urgent, can I wait and do it later? Such a weird set of emotions to have about playing a video game. I would much rather they, you know, within a season, the season is the season. You play the season, and that, you know, they can have like caps on crests and stuff like that. I don't really object to any of that. But then, oh yeah, we're just going to release a game mode that completely nullifies everything you've done up until this point. Oh great, thanks for that. Within the season that content is relevant still. Incentivizing us to not play until the end of the season is very weird, yeah. Well, WoW's kind of always had this problem since they started doing, like, you know, it was even from the very infancy, they were like, well, you probably shouldn't play the expansion until the final patch of the expansion, because it's at that point you can actually play everything. That was more from a time gating and storyline telling perspective, but whereas now, like, if you play at the beginning of a season, you are literally spending 10 times the amount of effort to achieve the same thing as somebody else. It's very odd. It's very mixed emotions for me, that one. Now, luckily, most of the time, I don't really care that much about gear. But there's been some distinct advantages for me this season to actually chase a bit of gear through the delves. Because without question, it does help me kill the rares in the new zone more effectively. A lot of the time, you know, Goblin do Goblin things doesn't really care about the gear. You're usually not that fast. And it's probably kind of why for years and years and years and years and years I haven't given two hoots about gearing generally. Did Bran get a level out of any of that? Is there a random bonus thing around here somewhere for Bran? He's at like 96%. No, maybe not. I can't open this chest because I've got no keys left. And I refuse to go and use these flipping Radiant Echoes. They're a pain in the ass as well. Making me do something so I can go do something else that I don't really want to be doing anyway. That it's a, you know, I don't want to add another step to the process. I have 78 of them, that's what I was looking for. Weird, why would they add 6 more item levels to gear mid-season? This is it. It's like, oh, the carrot on this, you know, they're permanently removing the goalposts. Right, last elf then. Last elf and we'll get our 3rd slot in the vault. Which is the main reason for doing this. See a rare, kill a rare. What would need to change in gameplay or reward to see you doing Mythic Plus keys? Would you ever even consider it? No, I got no. Very little would ever get me into Mythic Plus. Very little would ever get me into Mythic Plus. Realistically, the only thing that would get me into Mythic Plus would be, well, the gameplay loop of Mythic Plus is never going to naturally get me in there. It's just not. Which means the only way you'd see me doing Mythic Plus is if they put something so outrageously rewarding in there that I would, you know, I'd chew down on the piece of wood and just do some Mythic Plus in order to get the reward. and I'd be annoyed every minute of the process, realistically. Because Mythic Plus dungeons are just not fun for me. In fact, they're the exact opposite of fun for me. Ah, click that rope every time. See a shiny, click it. Oh dear. I like the concept of the raids in terms of the fact that you are teaming together to take down a big boss. I'm not so sold on the concept of having so many different difficulty levels of raids. I've always been sort of I've always thought that LFR is just a bait, that it corrupts people's opinion of what raiding is more than incentivizes them to push further. I don't object to Mythic particularly, but I do think they should make with the restriction of Mythic being you have to have 20 people, I think they should then ease up on the difficulty of Mythic a little bit. I don't think Mythic should be overly much more difficult than what Heroic is, but with that just because of that, by proxy of the restriction of 20 people, the difficulty increase to Mythic shouldn't be as high as it is right now. It should still be where the best gear in the game comes from, because it should still be positioned as the hardest difficulty, and I see why restricting the player size allows Blizzard to, in theory, be more creative and tune it more accordingly, because they know exactly how many people is going to be in there. They know almost exactly how many buffs and whatever players are going to have. They know the power curve of the 20 people that are going to be in there for the most part, which is kind of one of the big arguments around having that 20-player limit in the first place.
Found a bit of gold.
But Mythic Plus, unfortunately for me, is just engagement bait. It's entirely a game mode that was 100% designed to keep people busy whilst Blizzard went and created other things. It's never really been a player-first gameplay system. Never really been player-first. Running the same dungeon over and over and over again. You know, they add affixes to it to make it feel a little bit different each week, but it's still the same dungeon over and over and over again. It's just not for me. Like I said, I can fully appreciate people enjoy it. And I would say, when you've got 4 mates in Discord and you're just blasting M+, I'm sure it's incredibly fun. But the fun you're having there is spending time with 4 mates. You're just shit-talking. You just so happen to all be playing the same game at the same time. You could replicate that level of fun in any game you play, pretty much. It's not unique to Mythic Plus. Do you know if there are any add-ons that record the price in which you buy something? I have a habit of buying something to sell it later and forgetting how much I paid for it. Yeah, Trade School Master will do that. I think even Auctionator to a degree does that as well. Or Journalator, sorry, is probably the add-on. If TSM were to fix their bug, I would say TSM is the best for doing that, but until TSM actually decide to fix the real problematic bug with it, which is that it doesn't track half of your sales, until TSM fix that bug, Journalator is probably the best one. Remove LFR, mix it together with story mode raiding. Yeah. Yeah, if I mean, that was conceptually why LFR was implemented in the first place. A secureable thing that was not meant to be difficult in any way, shape or form. Pretty much story mode. Allowing people to see and get a registered kill on the final boss in a tier. And it was predominantly for story reasons, so that people didn't have to commit to a raiding schedule or commit to anything particularly group content-y, but could still fully see out the story of the game they were playing. But now LFR is like, I don't know, it's also weird that it has group loot as well. LFR having group loot, I can't quite remember exactly how long it's been since LFR's had group loot, but it feels really weird that it has group loot. Why does LFR not have personal loot? I don't spend enough time in there to really see any of the problems, but I know categorically that there are people in there that just need on absolutely everything. And because some people need on absolutely everything, everybody else needs on absolutely everything. So it just becomes a clusterfuck. You can do an entire LFR run and not actually get a single piece of gear. Which then begs the question, then why the hell is anybody doing it? Why is anybody putting themselves through that? I don't know. I just think Blizzard needs to shake up. Needs to shake things up a bit. And I wonder if, like, this World Souls saga is them sort of, like, tying up loose ends in order so that they can then do something big at the end of it in a couple of years' time. You know, if they can get to a point where they can draw a line under the game as it is currently, and then they can actually consider making some sizable, dramatic changes. The fact that Blizzard is seemingly willing to go back on nearly anything that they say these days if the player base screams about it hard enough. I wouldn't be too surprised if after the World Souls saga we see some sort of WoW 2-esque something or other. They didn't want to do Classic. They did Classic. You know? They didn't want to do Classic, but they did Classic. And in fact, they went further to then build off Classic to do things like Season of Discovery, which I would still say has been a relatively strong success, even though the player base of Season of Discovery is quite low right now, I would imagine. But if they'd never done Classic, they'd have probably never done, like, Hardcore, you know. There's a bunch of things that... They kind of never said never with player housing, but they really did put it to bed as if it was going to be something that they would never do. I think a complete engine revamp, a new start from zero experience for WoW, but in modern form, has to be on the cards for once they've sort of drawn a line under their current story arc. Because also, let's not forget, the WoW engine is looking pretty old now. Pretty old. I mean, I know it's sort of, you know, cartoonish aesthetic has always been a thing, but... I still should probably kill the tentacles first, shouldn't I? And I'm sure there's also an order you're meant to do it in, but whatever. Just make things go boom. Oh, I didn't kill that one. Whoops. Oh, no, it's gone. I've also just realised I need to make sure I keep these logged on.
Nice fight.
There we go. Right, is that? Yeah, there we go. There's our delve slot for the week.
Nothing old Bran can't get through.
I'd rather get more rewards from doing content than less. Even if those rewards are useless, it just feels better when you get something. I mean, there's a reason why looter shooter games are so popular these days. I mean, let's also not forget that Blizzard owns one of the most popular franchises of ARPG, which is, you know, conceptually is all about absolutely blast people with as much loot as they possibly can and let them build their characters how they wish. Huh, a violet spore bit. Cool. I didn't even know that was a pet I was missing. Is that thing cageable? Curiosity? Oh, it is, for 1,000 gold apiece. Didn't even know I was missing it. Still looks pretty good in my opinion. Well, I mean, obviously it's keeping true to its aesthetic, but when you start playing a bunch of other games, you start to realize just how poor WoW looks. Like, the fact that the models for everything have about 12 polygons. And like I said, I know they're trying to keep to an aesthetic here. But the fact that everything has 12 polygons, only in recent years have they started using reasonably high resolution textures. The game also still runs like dog. There's like I would get if the game ran as poorly as it does, if it was like absolutely blasting Unreal Engine to its limits, for example, and was just like borderline photorealistic. But it's not. It looks average at best, and it runs like dog. So it's clear that the combination of the engine and everything else, that 20 years stacked on top of each other, it's probably an optimization nightmare at this point. YouTube keeps sending me the AI reimagined videos of WoW zones, but they look awesome, but I'm wondering how it would make gameplay feel. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, they don't, like, a WoW 2 does not necessarily need to invalidate WoW 1. Like, WoW 1 can still continue to live and breathe as a product for sure. And it will absolutely do so because it's got players that are 20-year veterans that have absolutely no intention of ever not being a full-time WoW player. You know, there was the concern of releasing Classic that, oh, it will split the player base. Doesn't really matter, does it? At the end of the day, as long as Blizzard has realized that as long as you are paying for a WoW sub, then you are playing a WoW game, you are still their customer. It doesn't matter if you're playing the classic version, it doesn't matter if you're playing the Season of Discovery version, it doesn't matter if you're playing retail. They're a big enough company that you can fracture the player base a fair few times and they'll still win. So I think a completely new reimagination, like a WoW, WoW 2, as it's often pitched, is almost needed at this point. Almost needed. Because there's they're running out of ideas, clearly, with retail. The Final Fantasy VII Remake is 25% off on Steam. You want to know something real fun? I never played the original Final Fantasy VII. That was PlayStation 1 era. Now, some of my friends played Final Fantasy VII like 500 hours straight. I was more into... What was I doing on the PlayStation 1? Tony Hawk's Pro Skaters, Gran Turismo, Metal Gear Solid. These were my... Was it PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2? I don't know. obviously a bit of Crash Bandicoot. Everybody did a bit of Crash Bandicoot. But unfortunately, Final Fantasy VII was not one I ever played. I never owned Final Fantasy VII. And any mate that owned Final Fantasy VII was always playing Final Fantasy VII, so was never really willing to let me borrow it. Because you remember when you used to do that? You remember when your mate would buy one game and you'd buy another and then you'd play them and then you'd swap? Crazy, right? Crazy how that happens. Right, let's go. We're on Operation Rare Killing now, I think. Operation Rare Killing.
Overflowing barrels of slime are all over the vat works. Empty them and let the slime run back into the river and complete the slime cycle.
Right, I've now turned up out here. My weak lore hasn't turned on. It's a good start.
No airflow. Perfect day for a race.
What? Weak aura options add-on doesn't match. Try restarting? What the hell? A reload is not good enough, apparently. Only flipping weak auras would make you have to restart the entire client when you do an upgrade. Sure. My little brother played Final Fantasy 7 and 8 while I happily watched him. Never played Final Fantasy 9. What was my first adventure into Final Fantasy? It was the one on, I want to say, the PlayStation 2. It was the one that had Blitzball in. And what was his name? Titus or something? Was the main protagonist dude. Actually, I wonder if I still own it. Do I still have it? Ta-da! FX10. FX10, Sony PlayStation 2 Platinum was my first adventure into Final Fantasy. Still own the disc. Boom. It's maybe not in the best condition, but it works. I would assume it works anyway. There we go. Fun fact. I've wondered if this World Soul Saga is going to end with some world-altering shenanigans that would lead into a WoW 2. I doubt there'd be a better time to implement something like that. Yeah, you're thinking on the same wavelengths. I'm of the opinion that, well, maybe they want to wrap up this chapter, as they call it, and if they're going to start something new, then there is no better time to start something new. Realistically, I can't see. Because what's the point of starting something new and then 2 years later going, oh yeah, by the way, here comes WoW 2. No, if you're going to do it, do it. And if you've planned it 6 years ahead, then, you know, 'tis the time, potentially. Right, apparently we have a tally up. And apparently I have about 4 FPS, which means I've just missed the kill of tally. That's a great start, that is. Why am I getting, like, negative FPS again? Right, let's check Nitro. Let's check Thwack. And Swigs is not here either. Right, so we're waiting on kills almost instantly. As long as I get to keep at least 15 of my favourite characters, I'll be happy with a WoW 2. I would regretfully decline that motion, because I think if they're going to do a WoW 2, they need to make it so that they are two separate things. Otherwise, it just gets messy. You can, of course, if you can remake your favourite character on a new version of the game, but if you start porting things from one version of the game to the other, then is it really? And you know, I get why, but I would have to personally disagree with that one. But I feel that the player housing is a big system that costs a lot of time and money to make. It makes me think that if it's coming with Midnight, the engine won't update anytime soon, because they'd have to re-implement big systems. But like I said, I don't think they would, if they were to do a WoW 2, I don't think it would be at the cost of WoW 1. I think it would run side by side. You know, as to this day, Diablo 3, you know, you can still play Diablo 3. And in fact, I think they're still releasing seasons for Diablo 3, even though Diablo 4 is out, for example. I don't think they would force everybody to, like, I don't think they'd turn one off and turn one on, you know. I would give him the controller for a lot of the levels in Tomb Raider. I'm a coward whilst gaming. Hey, Tomb Raider was scary. Wolves would come out and eat Lara from all angles. Some hard math done. 6 miners into 48 smelters into 72 constructors, 22 iron rods, 21 iron plates, 29 cast screws. Is it too early for tequila shots? You in the land of Satisfactory. The land of Satisfactory. Yeah, with 1.1 round the corner, it's on experimental build already, but with 1.1 round the corner, we might need another playthrough that soon. Might need another playthrough. Gavanti. I need to kill him for the week, but he's so annoying to drag everybody down to. I might just go do it myself. Where's he gone? Oh, he was actually spawned already. Not even the event starting. Oops. Oh well. It was a good theory. Is that nitro? No, no nitro. I've even once again gone another week where I have barely done any checklists. I'm 17,400 into 21,000 to get Venture Co. exalted, and I still just haven't. That's poor performance on my behalf. Haven't left Satisfactory yet. This is yet another new save I don't think I'll ever finish, closing in on 500 hours playtime. Holy. You've outdone me then. That's pretty impressive. Although I am so glad there's not like a proper hours played Steam type counter for WoW. Otherwise, oh my god, my WoW number would be pretty scary. But my WoW number is also massively inflated by the fact that I often have multiple accounts open, which is not something you tend to do with other games. Yesterday I killed the downtime by leveling my Demon Hunter. He's already 70 today and he's already doing his job. Well, I know there is the slash played, yeah, but that's only for the single character. I mean, this dude is what, 244 days? Whatever that accounts to. Over 365 on my main account. Yeah, this character's got 244 days played. 1,724 days according to WoW Thing. I haven't looked at WoW Thing for a while. I still run the desktop. The thing is I run the desktop application, but I don't run the flipping add-on in game, so it doesn't update everything. But I would imagine by the end of the expansion, and probably at least in midnight, this character is going to hit his 1 year played number. Unless I do anything dramatic like change my main character, but I can't see that happening. A couple of things I do need to do whilst we're waiting. I need to add some extra macros. I've got a log out button, but I'm also going to need to start thinking about having a invite button and a leave button on each of these tunes. As once we spread out the realms a little bit, inviting everybody else and leaving the group is going to be crucial to have as quick little buttons. For quick and easy hoppity hoppity. I watched your WoW thing add-on Spotlight yesterday. I'm gonna finally get it. It's a cool little website. You need the add-on in game. It is preferable to also run their little desktop application that just basically uses 0 system resources, runs in the background, just updates, pulls everything from your WoW folder, updates the website. Like I said, I've got quite... All you then need to kind of remember is to have the add-on running on all your characters, which mine probably are not. Which means mine's often quite out of date, but it tracks all your different accounts and stuff as well. Flipping far too many characters these days. But you can... There's probably a time played something or other. I don't know what it is. Progress, maybe? I don't know. It'll be in here somewhere. "109 characters, apparently, this seems to claim. I don't know. Just check in case the add-on's not picking them up. Worst thing about Alcoholic is having to reload every character if you delete one or transfer realm. Well, I think most things are going to have problems with that. You'll often get duplicate. TSM is just as bad. TSM will duplicate characters. At least it gives you the option to like delete, forget that it knows about a certain character. Yeah, realm changes, faction changes, that sort of stuff can screw up all of that if you're not too careful. So if you do a lot of hoppity skippity, you might have to try and pay a little bit more closer attention to it, but TSM is woeful at tracking. It's yeah, it's not great for a lot of things, unfortunately, any longer. It's still very good at the things it's very good at, but it used to be a bit of a powerhouse suite of add-ons. Not so much these days for me. TSM has very niche benefits to me these days. Have you put any thought about whether or not you'll be doing the Mechanica farm after its current content? Well, for me, one of the main reasons of getting this initially set up now is so that it's a smoother, quicker process when it is no longer current content. Right now, with having all of these characters on the same server, I'm doing this. I'm fundamentally waiting for rares to spawn on that one shard, which is woeful inconvenience as far as I'm concerned. The concept of creating a level 70 booster, then boosting 4 level 70s at a time is all with the mindset of that I want to spread out the characters so that I can have them all ungrouped on their own shards, and whenever a rare spawns on any of the 5 realms, group everybody up, kill it, get credit, ungroup, rinse and repeat. It's designed so that I can take maybe 6 to 10 teams, but absolutely blast them through this. I don't really would want to ever spend more than an hour a day doing this particularly, but if and as and when this ceases to be like the current content, and we're all off focusing on doing something else, I want this to still be something that's obtainable, but I want to make sure that it's hyper optimized for that quick, hour max a day, really. If I designate an hour to farming Mechanicas each day at the beginning of a stream or something or whatever, I want it to be like fast and punchy and just absolutely optimized for that first hour, but then put it down and do whatever the cookie cutter thing is at the time. Because that I tend to think is where the most value will come from it. It's quite competitive now, and it's, clearly prices are low because everybody is desperately trying to sell the thing that they've spent hours farming for. Once the spotlight is taken off it, I actually think it will be more profitable to have it set up. Weirdly, I still think that there are players out there that are probably making disgusting amounts of gold off things like Lamented Crusader tier 3 pieces, right? I reckon there's still people that are running Nax on 20, 50, 100 characters a week. Now it's not in the spotlight. They have far more free reign when it comes to listing and selling the items. Plus, with cross-realm trading being implemented now, like being able to take them different places, I reckon there's still a lot of money in those. But because it's not spotlighted as much, it's yeah. This feels very evergreen for me as a farm. Not that I'm a big farmer, but as a method of goal making that utilizes, utilizes stuff that not everybody has easy access to. I think it feels quite evergreen. I'd be surprised if all of us are not forcibly retired. You mean forcibly retired in terms of the fact that the value in it, in the mounts and the pets ends up being so weak that we don't consider doing it? Or are you referring more to the to running Nax for Lamented Crusader pieces? What are they on the auction house right now? In terms of bans for Nax farming on 20 accounts? Well, there was never well, okay, interesting. Flipping hell. Flipping hell. That's how I lost my main for 3 months. Interesting. Well, this goes to show that there's still a market in these. And believe it or not, as mogs go, they're not terrible sale rates either. Now, whether that's on the back of the fact that the ones that sell are people buying them to then flip them somewhere else, but there's there's clearly still some money in this. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why it would be bannable to run Nax, even on a multi-box setup. Especially since it's instanced. I don't even know where any false reports or anything would have come from. Like, I don't know. Seems odd. Oh, wait, hang on. Have we got all 4 of them? Oh, I have killed all 4 of them. Oh, okay. Right, log your ass out. Get out of here. I didn't realise I'd killed all 4. Which one was the one I killed first? Because whichever one I killed first is the one that's likely to respawn first as well. I think it was Nitro. Let's do a quick sanity check now this team is logged on. That nothing's sneaky-sneakied. All these characters are still glowing from having buffs from opening the mailboxes yesterday. It's quite colourful. I also worry that it might be completely nuking the bitrate. Larson, is there a cat on your keyboard? Oh, I need to set up the macros on these dudes, don't I? Invite button, leave button. Invite button, leave button. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is there no campaign skip yet for the Undermine? I don't believe so, no. Oh, wait, hang on. I tell a lie. You can come and speak to Pax at some point and skip something. I can't remember what he lets you skip, though. I can't quite remember. I think you probably, if you haven't already, you need to have completed it at least once, but you can come back to Pax on alts and skip something. I can't remember exactly what it is or what the requirements are for it, though. So that might be a bit of a white lie. You should add follow party 1 and follow raid 1 and log out macros. I've got log out macros. Yeah, follow party 1 and raid 1 is not a bad idea, actually. Forgetting fellas' places. How's my GPU usage with the 5 accounts up and running? As long as I keep the graphics settings to a modest amount, it's not terrible. Seems fine. The thing I have to be careful of is that I don't cap out the 16 gig of GPU memory. As soon as this only while I'm streaming. I can absolutely hammer it if I'm not streaming. It doesn't matter. But as soon as this number starts getting close to 16 gig, my OBS starts having a heart attack. But as long as I don't do that, it's all fine. It's happy. I have enough headroom so that I can have the 6th account open as well. Running cool at 43 degrees. Yeah, it's not struggling in any way, shape or form. No nitro. No thwack. No swigs. Still waiting on kills. There were no requirements. You speak to the innkeeper at the Undermine to skip the campaign. You get access to the last quest of the campaign to kill Galliwix. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's pretty straightforward then. As long as you've done it at least once, you should be good. Should be good. Right, there's one easy way to make a rare spawn, and that's to stand up and go grab a drink. That way, you know for a fact something will spawn. We'll go full overload on the caffeine today. I feel like I need it. I'm tired today. What better way to do when you're tired than to load up on caffeine? But it's at this point we can load up this one. Why have 5 accounts when you can have 6? Not that one. That one. We haven't given him any mug yet. Let's put you in that corner. No, that's the wrong rare. That's not the one. Although I don't... Oh no, I have killed that one this week. To make sure that my main character's at least killed all the rares. For completionist's sake. Demon Hunter might look good with a Matrix Neo look with a black cape. That's true. Demon Hunter makes sense to have a fancy cape on, doesn't it? But yeah, so this dude he's level 70 now. He can absolutely blast this zone. The irony is I've spawned in on a shard that's nice and empty as well. Oh, but when you activate party sync, the amount of party sync phases is minimal. But yeah, he's now able to just like fly around here, nuke everything in sight. I haven't tested Brackenhide yet. I know Brackenhide is also a popular alternative to this spot. When there was somebody else in it yesterday, I was contesting mobs, which was a bit annoying. But for the oh, hang on, Thwack's up. For the most part, it was pretty plain sailing yesterday, leveling up some alts. Do you get extra rep for all the cartel rares for each account? No. No, it's still only one rep per day. Now, if I was to actually go and loot each one, you would get the market research, which is something that I've contemplated doing while I'm in this phase where I'm actually actually waiting for rares to spawn. There is part of me that considered just actually trekking them around, picking stuff up more often for the market research, because that adds up quickly. Oh my god, oh my god, tag, 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 tag. Oh my god, I missed the tag. Somebody is in behind a flipping rock. Christ, missed a nitro kill. Right, well that means it's going to be Swigs or Tally next. Yes, you do. That wasn't a question. I mean the weeklies. For the weeklies, maybe, not the dailies. I'm pretty sure there's no bonus rep gain for the dailies. If you do world quests, every account qualifies for rep off the world quests, which is a bit weird how that works. Oh, no, even that is only with a contract up. The flat rep though doesn't mean shit. Because this Cartels of Undermine, the Paragon boxes don't give you anything. There's nothing in them, so either way it doesn't really matter. These boxes are useless. It's the sub-faction ones that you care more about. There's not mounts in the main one. Only the sub-faction ones. And the rares don't give you rep for the sub-factions. I need to do the checklists on more characters, really. That would push the rep a little bit faster. I've nearly got my third one exalted now. The thing is, though, is I want to kind of stick with the Venture Co. company, because summoning Scrap Chewer is the easiest one to summon. The other ones are a pain in the ass to summon, and I really don't want to be bothered with them. But I'm going to need to be Bilgewater and Blackwater at some point just to level them up. I haven't quite figured out the logistics of doing that yet. Too busy farming up the time walking badges and leveling alts there while I do it. Oh my lord, time walking badges, I need millions of those. Literally millions. The cartels give mounts which are annoying to farm at the moment. Would have been nice if they buffed the checklist rep, but they didn't. Yeah, they gave you double rep for the weekly stuff, but not the checklist. Anything that's farmable, they didn't double. So the checklists didn't give any increase, nor did the market research for the Dark Fuge rep. So anything that's actually farmable didn't get doubled. I've just realised I don't really need this dude logged on. Only logged it on quickly to show that he's alive and well now. Right, we missed the nitro kill. Tally is probably the next easiest one to get our hands on. Although Tally's also lying on the floor dead right now. Honestly, I can't really figure out how to get more than like 600 rep a week for the sub-factions. You get a few hundred rep for doing the side gigs once per week. You get 2,000 rep now for each of the main weekly quests? And there's 3 main weekly quests. So your Urge to Surge for competing within the shipping and handling event. There's the quest to do 10 jobs. And there's the third one, which is to do complete 3 scrap piles. Each one of those quests gives you 2,000 rep each. So I think it's a total of 6,000 rep, plus whatever you get from the side gigs, plus whatever you can get by doing the world quests. So I think there's about 10k rep a week available, roughly. Any more than that, you need to do checklists on as many alts as you've got, and checklists are 500 per turn in. But yeah, they're more of a grind than I think some people are expecting. How many of these did I end up with yesterday? There's 11 on this account. Oh, hang on, tally's up. Let's focus. Focus on the task at hand. Now, the fact I missed Nitro may mean that I just log on to the next team here. Otherwise, I'll throw the whole farm out of sync if I wait for Nitro to spawn on these guys. So everybody loaded, everybody loaded, everybody loaded, everybody in. There we go, and we go again. Yeah, so how, like 11 on this account, plus 8 is 19, plus another 13 is 32. 32 plus 7, 39. How many did I get on? Well, let's just call it. I think we got about 40 of those experience potions just since reset from these tunes. So we're going to have these experience potions for a long time as well. The annoyance for me, actually, with these experience potions more than anything is going to be distributing the damn things. Sure, I can put them all in the war bank, but then I have to log an account on, make sure it has access to the war bank, take one out, then log that account off so that the next account can get one. It's flipping up more hard work than it's worth for a 10% experience boost, to be honest. But then within that 2-hour period, the character probably should go from 10 to 70 anyway. Trade them all from the Demon Hunter if it's on the same battle net. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. Feed them all to the Demon Hunter and you can just trade them out. Yeah, Demon Hunter takes them out of the war bank, distributes them via trade. It's not a bad plan. Yeah, I really hope they do look at doing some subtle upgrades to the war bank. The fact that it can only be accessed on one account at a time, I know why they do it. But fuck, I'd rather it just be slower, but everybody can access it. Like the guild, for example. I'd much rather it be a bit slower, but everybody can have it. Done. Tell the alts they're allowed 1 pot per Mechanica. Give them some motivation. Yeah, we'll trade experience pots for Mechanica. Yeah, that's probably a good way to do it. Once you've earned your Mechanica, then you can have your potion. I hadn't thought about that. That's funny. I actually started using guild banks to transfer stuff between toons again. Having them in the same guild and mailing stuff. Yeah, the war banks are a nice... Without question, my favourite feature of the war banks is that you can pull reagents from them on any of your characters. One centralised storage space for materials is literally what my war bank has become. I pretty much will load the war bank, load anybody in, throw any like current expansion material in it, and then every character can pull from those, at least on this account, at least. This is clearly the thing that I've used mine for most. I haven't bought the 5th tab yet. I somewhat refuse to. Alright, let's go check some of these rares, make sure I don't miss them again. Because we missed a nitro kill last time and it screwed me over. Dark Fuge, that's a lie. I've killed Dark Fuge on all of these toons. So you're making a Demon Hunter for living? Demon Hunter's, he's leveled now, he's level 70. He's able to do some boosting now. It was quite fun yesterday. Didn't get too much time to play around with him, but I'm also pretty rookie at the whole boosting thing, meaning it's probably taking me substantially longer than it would do somebody that's, you know, not a novice at it. Mostly because of 2 factors. 1, I'm new to doing it in the first place, but 2, I don't really know how to play a Demon Hunter particularly, so I'm just kind of almost mashing buttons and hoping that things die, which is not very optimal. But it works. I will get better at it, and simultaneously, every time I level a toon to level 70 with it, it will save me 100k in paying somebody else to do it, you know. So it'll pay for itself very quickly. Is the theory, is the plan. Portugal finally paid the electricity bill. Back online. Back up and running. There was a few places that had issues yesterday, wasn't it? Portugal, Spain, France, I think, had issues. I didn't catch too much of exactly what was going on, but I heard something through the grapevine. You mean countries, not just places. Well, they are places. There's big places, you know. There's 3 thwack corpses on the floor here now. Three corpses. Nitro is still dead on the floor. Swigs is dead on the floor too. Park up and wait. That should be 2 of the 4. Nitro and Thwack. So just the 2 over the west side. The west side hotel res. Portugal, Spain, pretty much full blackout. France was only a region near the Basque country. I suspect it's France to blame as we get the energy from them. If in doubt, blame the French. Very mean. Heat variation in Spain caused knock-on crashes in Portugal and southwest France. Okay, interesting. It's kind of worrying that something so fundamental to day-to-day living can just like go poof for entire countries at a time. Flipping Portugal and Spain, you should all have solar panels on your roof. Try Guardian Druid. The Demon Hunter's very slow. My Demon Hunter doesn't feel very slow. He's got like 140% movement speed or something ridiculous. He's absolutely zipping it. He's currently killing things faster than things are spawning, which is the position I want to be in with it, really. We have solar farms the size of Finland, but it still seems like it's not enough. Problem with solar is storing it, isn't it? That's the thing. It's great during the day, but it's shit during the night. It doesn't solve your problem during the night, but one of the significant downsides of solar, that is unless you double the cost of it by adding batteries to it, then it's not quite as efficient to do it in the first place. It was the network that was the issue. Is that what it was? Whoever came up with the Legion profession quest lines needs a slap on the wrist. Going to be a pain in the ass to level up all the professions through Legion. Oh, I loved it. Like, that was genuinely one of my favourite things about Legion. That they actually had gameplay-orientated profession quest lines. I absolutely loved working through them in Legion. Now, I know Legion was the expansion I probably played the least due to IRL commitments during Legion, but it was, yeah, like easily one of my favourite expansions for professions was Legion. Yeah, I can see going back and doing them now, though, being just a chore. That may be your problem. Solar's good if you have the batteries. My sister uses 4 to heat up the hot tub at night. Paid for itself in 3 years. Well, there we go. Job done. Everybody claims that the Death Knights and the Pallies are the wheelchair classes, but honestly I find that Hunters are really slow. That 2-minute cooldown on Cheetah now is horrible. But Hunters have like 30% increased movement speed just baseline without popping a cooldown. You know, you have Trailblazer, which gets you places nice and fast. When you get used to running around with 30% movement speed for free, it starts to be a little bit painful when you don't have it. So I kind of get the criticism. Well, yeah, coming from a druid that can hit 200% movement speed when fully buffed, yeah, just true, but 30% all the time or 200% occasionally. The problem was not a lack of electricity. If it was a breakout, it's not related to the capacity. Oh yeah, I see. I kind of heard about this like passively. The wife said something about it over dinner yesterday, but I hadn't really checked the news yesterday to know exactly what was going on. I'm now very, very much considering saving up some money and putting some solar panels on the roof, as we've just changed to a fully electric car. And my brain is telling me that, well, when the sun is out, that's free electricity. We spent more on the car than we probably needed to replace our old car by going fully electric. But at the same time, we now have zero petrol costs, and if we can then keep the electric costs to a minimum as well, I see that's a win-win. But I've not looked into the logistics of doing that. There's a few houses up and down our street, though, that have now got solar, which means that there's clearly viability and value in it, even in Finland, where it's dark 6 months of the year. Right, that's all 4 again. Yep, that's all 4. That's this team done. See, you can get into a bit of a roll with this if you're careful about it. Kind of get a rhythm going. Did you guys get the electric car you were test driving a few weeks ago? Yes. We didn't get the exact car that we test drove, but we test drove the car to find out that we liked the model, and then looked for the best deal on said model. We grouped up, nice. Yeah, ID4. Volkswagen. Germany represent. Sorry, Mr. Musk, you're not getting any European money, it seems, at the moment. Always an exciting time. It would be. I don't drive. I couldn't care less, really. But I just help pay the bill. If you're going to Germany represent, you've got to say it right. Okay, sorry. Volkswagen. $10 to recoup the installation cost of solar. I don't think it will be that bad. I think if you can, because solar's coming down in price an awful lot as well. I've done some rough napkin maths that if we spent 10k putting some solar panels on the roof, especially now that we've got a fully electric car and our electricity bill is going to represent that, I think we'll recuperate that 10k back quite quickly. I think we'll probably save 1,500 to 2,000 euros a year in electricity by putting some solar panels on the roof. Means if we can recoup it in 5 years, which is probably less than the lifespan of our car we've just, invested in, I think it's probably not a terrible idea. it's having that 10k to put solar panels on the roof in the first place. If the fuel and electricity prices go up, your setup will start making more sense. Yeah, I mean, I find it very difficult to, find a negative in taking free electricity from the sun, I would want to sort of try and do it properly, though. I think putting solar panels on the roof is a good way to... Because in Finland, and I'm sure this is the same in most places, you pay twice for electricity. You pay once for the electricity you consume to one company, and you pay a second charge on the delivery of the electricity. So you basically pay for electricity twice. But it means in the day, the transfer of the electricity is at its highest price, and then it's basically free during the night, or it's much cheaper during the night. So if you can counteract that transfer fee by having solar on the roof that supplements your daily use of electricity, and then at night electricity is very cheap anyway, you can really, really cut down on the bills if you do it smart. Is the plan, is the logic behind it, at least. No government grants or loans. Well, this is something I'd need to look into. There probably is something. There's probably some sort of rebates or something you can get. There's even the possibility that I could, it's not strictly a business expense, but there are options there. Don't forget batteries run out of life eventually. Oh, true. I know they have a shelf life, but... You need a storage medium with solar. Either batteries ideal, or you can dump the power into a storage tank, e.g. for hot water. Well, one thing Finland also allows you to do is to sell the electricity back to the grid. So you don't strictly need batteries. Now, they do absolutely bend you over, in terms of the fact that they don't offer you anywhere near as much as what they in turn charge you for it in the first place. But it is entirely possible for you to put solar panels up, and then any excess power that you are not using gets sold back to the grid, which in essence works as a rebate off your bill at the end of the month. So you don't strictly need batteries. They've provided an alternative option there. But I don't know the logistics of that either, to be honest. Building a new house with a bunch of solar panels, well, that's fun. Building a new house is fun in the first place. That sounds pretty fun. Sal dead? Oh, Sal's not dead. I'll kill him anyway. I'm not pulling the team out here. You say that batteries run out of life, but one of the primary uses of dead car batteries is repurposing them as deep storage for home power banks and walls. Yeah. Obviously, people want the batteries in their cars whilst they're at their high performance stage. But if that battery loses like 30-40% of its shelf life, should we say, that doesn't mean it's bin worthy. If it can be repurposed and used as just local storage, it doesn't really matter at the capacity. The capacity might not be crucial or useful enough for car purpose, but it'll definitely have other use. It's only fun if you have enough money for it. I know that when you are building a house, there's no such thing as enough money. It doesn't matter what level you're doing things at. The finances of building a house will always be stressful. But the fun of being able to, at least in somewhat shape or form, customize and design your house from the world up, like ground up, literally, that sounds very fun to me. That sounds very fun indeed. No nitro. Swigs is dead on the floor. Tally's dead on the floor like 4 times? Oh no, twice. Only 2 dead Tallies on this shard now. Don't know how that works. Garbage? Where's Mr. Garbage? Where is he? Oh, he's all the way up there. I'll see if I can kill him for my credit, but he's too far away to get credit for the main team. Ha! Rats is also up. Same scenario again. I'll kill it for my own benefit, but Rats is too far away for the main team in the hotel. They should start ferrying them about. That's too much like hard work. As long as I don't miss a regular rare kill by doing this. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Oh, Rats is already dead. Oh, bang goes that idea. They've stopped the benefit program for solar panels in Finland, unfortunately. Right now, it's pretty much the only thing you get is a tax benefit, which can cover 35% of the installation fee. Well, I remember when we had our... we put a aircon unit in here a couple of years ago when we moved in. And, yeah, there was no, like, tax rebate for doing that or anything. But, yes, it was a tax... the installation was tax deductible. A relative worked out that a single Tesla battery could probably power his house for 2 months. Just wait until the criminals with the cannabis farms work that one out. Yeah, with all their hydroponic lights. Just a row of Teslas outside a warehouse. Not sus at all. But yeah, this is the thing with electric cars, right? We are very aware that our electricity bill is probably going to double now that we've bought an electric car, and we don't use the car all that much at all, particularly. The wife goes to the wife does a 2-hour drive maybe once, maximum twice a week. So it's really not used all that much, but we still kind of know it's going to double our electric bill. Which goes to show that, you know, your house and your lights and your fridge and your computer doesn't really use that much electricity relative to what a car consumes. Do you get the Mechanicas in the mailbox with the alts? Yes, yeah. I opened all the mailboxes yesterday. We looted all the mailboxes, and I think we pulled out like 20 or so Mechanicas yesterday from the last few days of farming. Oh, that's not the right rare. You're an annoying one to get to. Can I try and get to you again? I tried this last time, but I was too slow. When the alert goes off, it's almost too late. Okay, well, I got a tag. And as I do that, Nitro's spawned. Can we get to Nitro now before he disappears? There he is. Did you actually do the maths based on on when you would actually charge based on your actual mileage consumption, or are you assuming big heavy car? The wife did some maths. I didn't personally do the maths to know exactly what it was, but our electricity usage is actually very modest. The irony of all ironies, my computer is probably the biggest consumer of electricity in our whole house, without a doubt. 2 computers, 3 screens, lights, cameras, the whole lot. Second is probably the 2 fridge freezers we own. After that, like I've swapped all of our lights, every single one of our lights in the, like, not in here particularly, but every single one of our lights is like LED lights and stuff. So we're actually very modest with our consumption of electricity generally. Bought an ENIAC. We looked at one of those as well. So we're expecting the second child in June. Congratulations and good luck with that one. We have a fixed number we pay in Denmark with our provider. We can use it all over Denmark with turbocharging as well. It's about 110 euros a month with no extra cost. Yeah, we suspected we'd probably end up having 80 to 100 euros a month in charging the car from home. Is roughly the numbers we came up to. Most EVs have 75 to 100 kilowatt hour batteries that'd easily get you through a whole day of home electricity, even if the batteries are only 80% health. So in love with my GTR, I don't see myself going electric. Well, my sister-in-law's boyfriend is a big petrol head, and he frowned on the fact that we were going fully electric. But then he drove it and was like, "This is actually quite fun." So I think in the right circumstances, that people will potentially be converted. But yes, it's probably very different. Very different. We pay for that. We could make it less, but we like to pay for the freedom that we can take a trip wherever and not think about anything. Yeah, it's the convenient. You know, people are willing to pay a little bit of a convenience tax on stuff. Our only main critique with going fully electric is that maybe once a year we do drive all the way up north, which is like a 1,200 kilometer drive one way. And the theory of going fully electric was like, oh, how do we navigate that situation? But there's plenty enough turbocharging spots as you go up north that you can just park up somewhere for an hour and just like blast the car full of electricity again. So it wasn't too much of a concern. The acceleration's actually really fun. Yeah, in the right car. Not all electric cars have ridiculous acceleration, because not all electric cars have ridiculous motors in them. The thing about electric vehicles is, where does your electricity come from? You get non-green electricity, you're emitting more CO2 than you would with an internal combustion engine. I don't agree with the concept with electric cars that they are better for the environment. But what I do, because yes, you're right. The production of an electric car is significantly more polluting. The production of, you're paying that up front, but then obviously but then the pollution caused by the vehicle during its lifetime is substantially less. So it's kind of you're paying the price up front, sure, but the big thing for me is that petrol is a finite resource that we're pumping out the ground so goddamn fast and so heavily reliant on a few locations geographically to acquire it, that there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the price of petrol is going to do nothing but continue to rise That's every single time we burn a tank of gas, that's a tank of gas that isn't being remade. So switching to electric is sensible in those regards. Sure, in 50 years' time we'll have another problem on our hands, like where the fuck does all the lithium come from for the batteries in these cars? But, you know, we move the problem forward, not away completely. Is that all 4 done again? Oh my god, it feels like we're blasting through these now. I didn't even set up the macros on these dudes. I was too busy chatting about cars and batteries. What a weird conversation to have. Oh, wait, hang on. That's not right. That's not the right character. You're in the wrong spot. That's me leveling tune. You're not finished leveled. You're not finished being leveled yet. Come back to you in a minute. Oh, 20-second log out on you now. Flipping out. Such a great car for a lower price because the Danish government cut almost all regulations on electric cars. We've got the ENIAC 2026 model, sunroof, hook on the car, premium package, 20-inch tyres, all for just under 60k USD. At least way higher, if not electrical, for the same car. Yeah, my father-in-law's recently purchased an ENIAC, and hence why we looked at a similar one. He also was quite happy to press every button on the list. He waited 6 months to get it delivered, but he pressed every button on the list and loves it to bits. So I'm quite sure they're good cars. Please keep the conversation nerd-friendly. We do quite well with the old nerd talk in here. Lithium in 50 years, not relevant anymore. New materials have come up. Solid state batteries. Oh, yeah, I'm no expert in the science behind all of that, but my point was that we're, move the problem from like fossil fuels to something else, and then once we find that that's a problem, we'll move the problem somewhere else. You never get rid of the problem, but it's a smart move to bump it along a bit. Doesn't Mr. Manthius live in the land of hydropower? Well, Finland is massive on nuclear. I think the vast majority of Finland's electric comes from nuclear now. Nuclear and wind. But like I said, I'm no expert on this. I can regurgitate what I occasionally see in the news, but I'm no expert. Electric motors are way more efficient in converting energy than internal combustion engines, though. Problem is if the electricity was produced by burning coal or diesel in the first place. Yeah, this is why I say that, like, if you go fully electric, but then you charge it up by plugging it in the wall, and on the other end of that cable is a coal power plant, then you're not really fixing anything. But this is why I'm keen to like go the green route, go the solar route, maybe. And then the argument is that, well, what the hell goes into making the solar panels or whatever? You just bump the problem further along. But yeah, there's not that many dead dinos in the floor, so, and we know that categorically, and we've been aware of that for years, that there is a limited amount of dinosaur juice. So maybe switching away from cooking all of the dinosaur juice to using something else is, if it's even only short term, a smart idea. Right, Nitro down. Let's double check on Thwack, because he seems to have the habit of spawning randomly. Randomly dead twice already. Swigs. There's a dead Swigs. What about a tally? A couple of dead tallies. Park up and geek out again then. All you need to be an expert on is making gold. I can do that reasonably well. Garbage. Is he close enough to get a kill on? Where is he? Where did he spawn? Oh, that one. That is often possible. These dudes sometimes do get experience from this. It seems 50-50 though. Do these guys gain experience now? Oh, they did gain experience. Nice. That means they'll get loot in the mailbox as well. Just within range. There's a bit of thwack action. How many mechanics have I got stockpiled now? I think I've got 26 unspent right now. But I do need to go buy some of the pets. I've got all the mounts. I just need to finish the collection of pets, and then we'll have one of everything up for sale. And then any bonus mechanicas can be used to either replenish what sells, or can be used to pad out other realms. I'm not even sure I know where the pet seller is, come to think of it. The mount seller is down here somewhere. The pet seller dude's somewhere else. Is it up? Oh, I'll go investigate in a minute. Where is the dude that sells the pets? Somebody probably knows this off the top of their head, but let's miscellaneous mechanicas, currency 4, pets, Ditty Fuse Boy. Where are you? You're here somewhere. The entertainment supplier. You're there, wherever that is. In here? Second floor? Third floor? No. In here? It's the same thing. Exhausted accountants, orphanage, caretaker, flipping out. In here, maybe? There he is. There he is. So this can allow us to buy the pets. A Blackwater keg mover, a steam weedle flunky, a venture companyman, a mecha gopher. We can buy the cheaper one. We can buy all 4 of the cheaper ones now. We can get all those 4 up and listed. So now that spreads out a little bit more. Well, let's have a little look while we wait for these guys. Who do we still need? We need Tally and we need Swigs. So it's everybody on this side of the world. We'll camp Swigs while we do this. I think energy companies need to do a better job educating people on what the mix of power they use actually comes from. It's hard work, but the general education alone, I think, is worth it. It's another one of those things, right? It seems crazy to me that this sort of shit doesn't seem to be taught in schools. It's like, this is just fundamental day-to-day adult shit, you know? Is it interesting? Not really. But is it stuff we all mostly have to deal with? Yes. So why is it not at least somewhat taught? 310k for the venture company right now, with only one listed. Because I can't be bothered to do maths. 310,000 gold divided by 5 is 62k per Mechanica. The Gopher is going for 365. 73 per Mechanica. The Keg Mover, 443. Is 88 per Mechanica. And the Steam Wheedle Flunky, over $1 mil, because there's only one listed right now. That's clearly a reset price, but it seems to have had a market value of about 450. Okay. I mean, that is a... That's a very spicy price per Mechanica. Oh, we sold our Bloodstone earlier as well. No, wait, hang on. I need to learn these. Learn these and then cage these. Learn them, cage them. I was thinking about all of these pets and mounts of learning the first one and then selling the second one. But the reality is that with having 5-6 accounts up at the moment, if I want to generate a little bit more from this adventure before I start considering learning them myself, just to pad my own collection, you know what I mean? I'll get those listed in a minute. Once this crew is finished, who do we still need? Swigs and... where did my Mechanicas go? Do I not have any left? Did I use all of them? Oh, I must have used all of them. I swear I had more. I think I've got some in the war bank. It'll be fine. There's also an argument that even if the power comes from coal, moving the emissions away from the roadside to a usually remote power station is a net health benefit. But for sure, most of the benefits of electric cars rely on cleaner power generations. Yeah, the argument that electric cars are like better for the environment, I don't truly believe. I don't think it, but I equally don't think it's a net win, or I think it's net neutral realistically. The production of an electric car is significantly more impactful, but that's counterbalanced by significantly less, significantly less impact throughout the life of that product than its alternative. So I think it's, it was, for me, it just feels like it was the way that they tried to sell electric cars at the beginning. Oh, buy electric, it's cleaner for the environment. Well, when you break it down, it's probably not that much different. But as I said, it moves the problem away from burning dinosaur juice to something potentially more sustainable. Right, Tally's apparently just spawned. Somebody else is waiting for it. Who are you? Who are you? You're also waiting on rare kills. My competition, that's who you are. Still don't own the pommel amount, even though I've crafted about 20 of them. The gold is still more attractive. Oh, I can understand. I try to preach the mindset of like learn the first one and then sell the second, but that works with low-level transmog. But when we're talking 6-7 figure items in the game that take often multiple hours of effort to acquire, I'm willing to bend my own rules for a quick cash injection. Right, is that all of those? That's all of those. Right, I think we are looking at one final team of actual rares to do today. Then I can work on leveling up another team. And once we've leveled up, the characters I'm leveling are spread out on lower population realms, so that we can then put them in the other teams to make some realm hopping a bit more easy to do. Right, let's group those fellas up. All logged on. Yes, 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 yes. Good, good, good. And then we do a quick check that none of the rares appear to be up. I think we're fine. Right, quick ad break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. Dark Fuge, I don't need Dark Fuge. Quick ad break for 2 minutes. Oh, it looks like Twitch has just played ads. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'll be fast. We have a thwack. Oh, did I miss any others? It doesn't look like it. Looks like it was just thwack. We were just in time. Scrap coil. Okay, that's worth something by itself. Any more for any more? Nitro, no. literally just killed Tally, so I can't imagine he's going to respawn that fast. Same with Swigs. Okay, 3 more rares to go. 3 more rares to go. Let's get the macros on these dudes. Invite macro, leave macro. Whoa, that's not what I meant to do. Invite macro, leave macro. Okay, right. 3 more rares to go. What's this? As a race, we humans tend to have a short-term view of the world. What happens when the oil runs out? Plastics, for example, are made of oil. Yeah, this is why I'm happy to do my part, do my bit to... My wife is a massive stickler for recycling. Finland generally is pretty good with things like recycling, but also moving away from, you know, having a combustion engine in a car to an electric one feels like I'm doing my part, you know. It gives me those good vibes that I'm, you know, working in the right direction, even if it doesn't really save me money or it doesn't really cost me more money. Garbage, where are you? Where's garbage on my map? Is it that one? It must be that one. Must be this one. Get pewed. I mean, obviously everybody could be better. I could not be sat here playing video games all day. Burning a bunch of electricity unnecessarily. But, like, at the end of the day, you can't avoid doing something. No nitro. No nitro. Okay, I think we only missed 1 kill. I think I missed a kill on a nitro, and I just sacked it off. But we've had a couple of bonus kills on Galagio and stuff as well, so the net result is probably a similar amount of rares killed today. I haven't really been bothered to go and do Magno, but if I can get there for my own benefit, let's give it a go. Oh, he's actually being pulled. Less dots, more dots. Oh, mistimed that one. Landed on my ass. Still 1 dead nitro. Nothing else to show for it. Right. 3 to go. Straying into wealth inequality politics, climbing down off the high horse. Yeah, I try to keep the stream relatively neutral in that regards. I was especially where politics is concerned. Economics is slightly like I was talking to the wife over the weekend, and I was saying that, like, politics generally bores me to death. And I often couldn't care less about most politics. And I tend to feel that politics is more of the disguise of economics. Money is what runs the world. Money and power runs the world. There's no question about it. Politics is just people fighting over who gets to have the power and who gets to make the money. So I tend to pay more attention to where the money's going and what the money's doing. And of course that ties in far more nicely to what we do in World of Warcraft. As we are doing goblin-esque activities, trying to make some coin in this game. Horde versus Alliance is the in-game politics that at the end of the day is just drama. But we all know it's goblins that run this game. Does the TSM restocking thing work with the war bank? That's a really good question. Not one that I can actually answer, because I don't know. I've not even tried. I guess it probably does. I don't do enough like using the war bank as an intermediary storage space for stuff like that. I'm sure if you craft a bunch of stuff and try and sell it all on multiple realms, I'm sure you've probably tried, but I haven't done it really myself. I was trying the other day to see if you can drift all the way around the hotel. I did manage it. Oh, good start. Hit the lamppost. It is kind of possible, if you get it just right, to drift around the whole hotel. Oh, yeah, baby. You can keep an entire drift on the go. Ah, damn it, a wall. Is this the sign of a content drought? Sorry. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Could me desperately trying to fill the gaps between waiting for these rares to spawn. I need 3 more. And then we can actually get to leveling some more toons. How much was you paying for your Demon Hunter gear, the 515 stuff? This is where I have to admit that I had some streamer benefits in that regard. So I didn't actually pay a penny for any of it. The way I would look at it is it's dependent on just how much you're going to use it, right? If you're looking to do something similar, you want to take into consideration that your option is either pay somebody 80 to 100k EU prices to boost a character to level 70, or you could take that 80 to 100k and invest it in your own character that can then do it multiple times over. So the reality is pay as much or as little as you're wanting to, honestly. A real sign would be having a weak aura that counts the number of circles around the hotel. That would be quite clever. That would actually be quite clever. There's a quote by an economist professor that is, "I don't care who decides the federal budget as long as I get to write the course books for economic studies." Yeah. Yeah. This is kind of why this is where a lot of industries carve themselves out as, journalists don't care if the news is good or bad as long as people are paying attention to it, sort of thing. It's people's perspective on things is often quite different. Why is 515 gear important? Well, on this dude, because he's capped at level 70, because this account doesn't have the War Within, he can only obviously equip level 70 gear. Now, 515 item level isn't technically the highest, but it's some of the highest gear that you can get on a level 70 character, which means that when fully set up, these characters just absolutely murder through content at that level bracket. It's all about, it's twinking at the end of the day. It's all about making the character as OP as possible for the level that it sits at. How'd you get 515 gear to drop? All I've ever seen is 460. No idea. It's on the auction house. Something about opening lock boxes or something probably, but no idea. It's on the AH. Magno, sorry, yeah, Nitro is still dead. Yeah, all three I still need are still dead. Should have made a Nelf, by the way. As a crutch, you can get the Vanish Ring from a WoD rare. Okay. I ran both. A lot of value gained from just resetting 50 mobs instead of getting stun locked. I can see that being of benefit. There's always tiny little optimizations to doing all of this sort of stuff. And this is the fun part of it for me, is that you learn these things mostly by, you know, by making mistakes. You're like, okay, well, I did it this way, but actually to slightly more optimize it, you could do it that way. Or you could do it this way, you could do it that way. Like I mentioned, I often have you guys to help me shortcut that process a little bit, because you're always willing to point out things I could and should have done. Come on, where are these last three? Where are the last three we need? We need a Tally, we need a Swigs, and we need a Nitro kill. And then that'll be the last rares we need to kill this week. Tomorrow we'll be back in the world of killing all of the weekly ones as well. Oh, that looks like a Swigs spawn. One down, two to go. Oh, hello, Tally's up as well. Oh God, competition now. More dots. Oh, more dots. I saw somebody go for Tally and all. Oh, maybe not. Right, two down, one to go. Who was the last one we needed? Nitro. One Nitro kill. At least it means we can camp out Nitro now. Less chance of missing it if we're camping it out. What week are you using for the rares? I got one off Wago, but it's not kicking in. Well, this one, I can give you the link to this one. Undermine Rare Tracker. I don't know if it's the most up-to-date version. I don't check these very often, but you can have a play with this if you need. I would also point out that this isn't perfect. It doesn't seem to track some of the weekly kills. So this character, for example, has killed both Scrapture and Darkfuge at least 6 times this week, and it doesn't seem to recognise or track the fact that it has. Don't know why. I actually think it's more to do with the Blizzard thing than the week aura. What is my Doge doing? Nibsers, you got yourself stuck behind the chair? Has my dog gone and got herself stuck behind the chair? What a donut. What are you doing in there, little bear? No, 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 no. Out. 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 Reverse. You've got the whole studio to play in. Look. have a pink flamingo thing. Oh god. It's I don't know what it's meant to be. It's I think it's meant to be like a hippo. It's been eaten a little bit. But yes, it's a little bit phallic, isn't it? Has Nitro spawned yet? No. Cute dog. Thank you. Appreciate it. Got 2 of them. There's another one here. Where is she? You can see her just chilling over there. It's quite... What? That's not right. Why are we all upside down? Hello? Why are we upside down all of a sudden? How has that happened? What? What? That's made it even worse. What the hell's gone on with this scene? This is all over the shop. All over the shop broken. Yeah, you can see another Doge over here. She's lurking in the corner. She's snoozing. She's alive, I swear. Just leave it like that. It must have been me playing around with the camera a few days ago. Oh wait, you've been mirrored all this time. No, this is actually the correct orientation, because you can see the font on me t-shirt, for example, is correct. This view is actually backwards still, so I need to undo the backwardsness on this. Flip horizontal, like that. Yeah, the white balance is gone flipping bananas in here because the sun's beaming through the window, but yeah, you can see the logo here, but now is right. Used to do that to annoy people in the office, turn their screen upside down. Windows key and the down arrow or something is that, isn't it? Come on, where's this Nitro spawn? Hurry up, Doge. Oh no, wait, hang on. I've killed Nitro. I have killed them all. I misread me flipping. Okay, we're done. Log out. See you later. I didn't even realise. There's me waiting for a Nitro kill. I'd already killed it. Dum-dum. Right, switch these around then. Let's get our... Where's our new levelling toon? One of you. One of you. One of you. One of you. Log you out. Oh, it's crashing. Doing too many things. That and putting porn screenshots as the desktop background. Oh dear. The consultant who got a lot of mobile calls but kept leaving their phone on the desk when they went to meetings got their language settings changed to Chinese. Oh God. Oh, that's funny. That's harsh, but it's funny. Oh no, what's going on here? Why are they not phasing? Why are they not phasing correctly? There we go. There we go. Right, now to go nuke things. Boom! See, one thing I do know for sure is I'm clearly not very good at playing a Demon Hunter yet. So it will take me a bit of practice before I get this down and can actually figure out like pulling stuff and not wasting too much time by like killing 2 mobs like this, but learn to round them all up a bit, when to use certain cooldowns and when not to, for example. But we can absolutely annihilate things, which is good fun. And it's silly amounts of fun, believe it or not, this. Or at least it's silly amounts of fun now, while it's kind of novel and unique. But for those asking earlier why the 515 gear is important, this is why. Because it means at level 70, I'm just annihilating level 70 elites. Which is where the high XP comes, which is going to level up all of these other dudes nice and fast. And that's without me even being in war mode. That's without me using potions and stuff on them. There's definitely other things I could be doing, but there's time for optimization. So to do this, I'd need an account with only sub and 4 other accounts. Yeah, the trick is that this account that's got my Demon Hunter on it does not, emphasis on does not have the War Within. That means it's capped at level 70, which means I don't have to like cap my experience via the game, but I don't get any. This character doesn't gain any experience from doing any of this. But as you can see, the other dudes in the party are getting experience as if they are killing, you know, level 70 elites. Which is good fun. Now, I've not put any real times or efficiency to this yet, but I mean, as you can see with the bars going up, if you are to do this for not very long at all, you hopefully get these characters to 70 quite efficiently. And like I said, I don't really know what I'm doing with the Demon Hunter, so I just kind of press buttons that makes things die. I mean, yeah, what you're doing on the Demon Hunter isn't overly complicated. That's the luxury of having that higher item level and just nuking stuff. That as long as I just press buttons, kind of win. Does this method work until level 70 or 82? I'm pretty sure this only works until level 70. Because you're party syncing. Now with this guy being locked to level 70, with these guys being party synced, what you'll also find is that they'll get diminished levels, diminished experience after level 70. So I don't think this will work to... I mean, you might be able to squeeze out 1 or 2 extra levels, like 71, 72 maybe, but it's definitely not going to get you to 80. But like I said, I'm still figuring this out a little bit. My thought process was was like, I could either pay somebody to boost these characters, in which I'm going to have to stand around AFK on these accounts anyway, or the alternative is I make the character that does the power leveling myself. You know, vertical integration. Bring it in-house, don't pay a premium to somebody else, you know, is the theory. But yeah, just little things like getting used to what the cooldown on my I-beam and stuff is, I haven't quite figured out yet. Would this not work if I turned off XP on a 70? No, because then you get the debuff for the other people in your party. That's the reason you use an account that doesn't have the war within, because that will give a party-wide debuff on XP. So what you're saying is farm your own mats. You're using my own words against me. That's very clever. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Go farm your own mats. Yeah, I can definitely say, though, since leveling this Demon Hunter the other day, he's quite fun. There's no denying it's quite fun. Now, obviously, when you're overpowered, anything overpowered is always fun, obviously, but, like, generally speaking, this is quite fun. Oh no, I've got myself stuck in a hole. And I also kind of think that the amount of these satchels and stuff I'm going to get over the next... Like, unironically, these satchels during this leveling event is going to result in quite a sizable amount of raw gold, believe it or not. Because all of the epics that come out of these bags can actually be sold. I'm not entirely sure if Blizzard has realised what they've done with that. Because usually they'll make that sort of shit not sellable for this exact reason. It's an easy hotfix though if they don't intend it to be all sold. If all of the gear that comes out of these satchels can't be sold, it's going to make dealing with the satchels an absolute fucking nightmare though. I mean, the other solution is I just stop looting things, but I got 50 gold just from that pull, for example. Because these are elites that you're killing. I also haven't quite figured out yet just how far I can leash half of the mobs, but seems to be a reasonable amount. 56, 51, 51, and 50. There was one character that I was testing. There's one dude that's at 56 who I was testing a little bit before I made these others. You're an elite. I don't care about the dogs. You're an elite. You're an elite. Oh, you see, he's evaded. There's a limit to quite how far you can go. Ah, they're all evading. I apparently can't pull this whole zone in one. But yeah, you can see why the people that like sell level boosts are able to like power level people quite so fast these days. When there is things like this that is sizably speedy, especially if you know what you're doing. Like at the moment, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just winging it, but if you did know what you were doing and you weren't fat fingering all your buttons and you actually played the class to a point where you knew what you were doing with it, I think the leveling speed is actually a bit gross still. And I'm, at the moment at least, I seem to be... Oh, there's somebody else here. I was about to say I'm being quite lucky, the fact that there's nobody else here. It's much slower if there is somebody else. How do I still have my mains Hearthstone set to Valdrakken? That's impressive. After what are we now? 9 months into the expansion? Absolute waste of I-beam on one mob, but 58, 53, 54, 52. Don't know why the some of these are getting more experience than others. I'm not quite. Some of these got XP potions or something on. Oh, you've got an XP potion on. So you're gaining experience faster than this dude who doesn't have an XP potion on but is still gaining levels faster than you. I don't know how that works. You've got an XP potion but still 50. See, these should be nearly equal. I don't know what's going on here. This is very comparable to the speed you leveled alts in Remix. Yeah, roughly. I would say Remix was still faster. In fact, I'd definitely say Remix was faster. What this isn't showcasing very well is the fact that there's a little bit more restrictions in place in terms of the fact that it's open world, meaning you're very likely going to land yourself on a shard with other people. So having it instanced like it was in Remix was just like crazy OP to begin with. Secondly, there is a little bit more legwork to get the characters made and a little bit more restrictions on which characters you can make doing it this way. For example, you're pretty heavily restricted to doing allied races via this method. You kind of need those toons to start at level 10. Otherwise, you're going to have to do the intro quest on all of the characters first. But realistically, it's not that different of a concept. You've got one character that's doing the heavy lifting for the other four. And one thing I would add is I'm only doing this for my own benefit. But if you were to set up something like this, there's absolutely no reason that you couldn't, do what other people are doing, which is, advertised in the boosting communities and boost other people for make some gold. Kachak got a bunch of level 70s boosted, and I think he paid somebody to do it. And I think he was paying them 100k per character. Which obviously in Kachak's, to Kachak that's not a problem. Money to burn. But it's still a nice cost saving, Every time I get a team leveled to 70, that's the equivalent of saving myself 400k. Which is, nice. You have to AFK while somebody else does this anyway on these accounts. So if I can't use these other accounts for anything else at the same time, I might as well be doing the boosting myself, That's my theory with this. But of course, not everybody has 5 accounts or is willing to do the whole 5 account thing. I get that for sure. Oh no, he's running away. What's the Windows layout program you're using to nicely arrange them? Yeah, I mean, by default, it's just a clever organization of the windows. I think it's, what's it called? Power Tools or something? Power Toys? Power Toys has a setting which allows you to fancy zones is what they call it. So, when you position a window normally, it gives you this sort of interface, which is still quite limited. You can use one called Fancy Zones to make your own layouts, which is what I did for this, to fit it in a little bit neater. I would add, I'm also using a 4K monitor for this. Having this amount of screens and also then playing in a smaller one on a 1080p monitor might get a little bit small. I'm sure it's more I mean, to be honest, there's nothing to say I couldn't just full screen this main account. But the only reason I don't have it full screened is then you guys get to see the levels popping up on the others as well. Zoom. Soul Trader beacons up on the black market auction house. I don't even know what that one is. Soul Trader beacon. That sounds like a toy, right? Surely. Is it something I should know? I know you don't have one, but every profession has some sort of built-in way to gain artisan security, but I cannot for the life of me figure out how to do it with skinning. It's you just skin more. Catch-up is done entirely via actually skinning more. Pet for the transmogs via currency. Oh, it's the Ethel Soul Trader. Oh, I do have one of those. Yeah, I know what you mean now. I didn't realise its original name was like a Soul Trader beacon. Last time I checked, they were like 700k pets or something. They were quite expensive. Yeah, skinning, herbalism, and mining, and to some degree enchanting. You all just get knowledge points by doing the thing. And the catch-up is baked into that. There is more nuance to that answer for things like enchanting, but the concept is the same. Right, well, we're level 58-ish on these. kind of think as well the leveling curve after 60. I think it's 60 when the leveling curve changes to you starting to need significantly more XP per level. Is it 60? Or maybe it's not, because this dude's up to 64 already. As this dude's hit... Wait, hang on. That still had the thing on the screen saying 58, 50... What? Okay. We're gaining levels faster than the game can keep up, apparently. You might need to change the alts over to Dragonflight Chromie Time. I don't think so. This dude's seemingly quite happy at 64 already. It'd be highly annoying if you had to halfway through the run go and change them. The one thing you have to do with the alts is make sure you've turned Chromie Time off. Chromie Time screws up the party sync. Or at least that's what I found yesterday. I had to make sure the alts had Chromie Time off. Intro quests done and Chromie Time off. I need to change my key bindings. I need to swap 4 to 5. That's better. It's going to be easier to maneuver. Haha, muscle memory is kicking in. Keep in mind you can squeeze one extra level up to 71 if you manage to get the phase done after hitting level 70. If you're interested in it, okay. Strongly believe that the level squish and Chromie Time are one of the worst things that happen to the game. I mean, that's quite a bold statement. I do know categorically that party sync, not necessarily Chromie Time, but party sync is what is ridiculously utilized by people to do things they probably shouldn't do. Or should I say the bugs that come out of using party time are astronomical. Because of predominantly how scaling works more than anything else. There's always one random dude left by himself. Now, if I remember last time, I couldn't quite get all of these in one go. You may have noticed I've also deliberately put classic numbers on just so that the damage looks absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it is pretty ridiculous, there's no denying, but I'm using an add-on for classic numbers to make things look even more silly than they actually are. Again, there's 67. First dude's not too far away from hitting 70 now. They're not going to all ding 70 at the quite same time because they weren't actually all made quite at the same time. But conceptually, this will then be my first team of 4 70s done reasonably quickly. Now for this, I apologise. I've not really been paying overly high attention to chat, but I'm trying to do this last bit relatively quickly so I can get an idea of what the full process time would be. So I'm trying to keep downtime to a minimum. $68. Okay. 60 to 70 doesn't seem to have much in terms of diminished leveling times by the looks of things. Still seems to be blasting pretty quickly. I just want to emphasize though that regular leveling is not exactly slow by any means now though. Now I know this is faster than normal, but not actually by a lot. When I was leveling this Demon Hunter, single account, just questing, I was getting like a level every couple of minutes. And if I hadn't taken any downtime, I'd have hit like 70 on this dude in like a few hours. Just questing, doing nothing fancy. Leveling is naturally very, very quick now. Oh, we have a friend over here by the looks of things. We can get a tag on our friends' mobs. Is this dude at 70 yet? No, not quite. Since the blue and the epic's bag stay on the corpses for 30 minutes, to remember to do a lap on the corpses before leaving the zone's results, because there's lots of bags. Oh, that's true, because they're considered, yeah, they're rare items, aren't they? So they last a lot longer. I'm not entirely sure how much time I've spent here since we started, but let's also not forget that I started at like level 40 something. So we didn't start from 10 on this team. Look at all the corpses though. Carnage out here. Absolute carnage. Is this zone respawned? First epic bag could be a problem if you've not looted it yet. Preventing from looting tens of bags, I guess we'll soon see. I mean, also the fact that they're going to be level 70 and have like negative gear. So it means one mob is going to absolutely nuke them, but we'll figure that out in a minute. Unless I put heirlooms on them. I don't know if I put heirlooms on them. Right, well the one dude's hit level 70. And what's his experience compared to others now? Oh, he's still getting experience. We've got to get these three up to 70 and then we'll do a lap of collecting things. Until 71 you're fine, then you get 90% less, unless they've changed it. Okay, well we'll get them to 71 then. That makes less work for when we get them into Undermine for rare killing purposes. Not that they need or do anything particularly interesting there either, but... Look at my inventory of bags. Well, the epic bags are not unique, by the way. That's one thing I can confirm. Is it possible still to buy WoW without the War Within? Yeah. You just pay for a month of game time. Basic WoW account's free, I think. And by free, I mean you just need game time. Game time gets you up to level 70 these days, I think. Just game time alone. 68. 68, 68 down the bottom, 69. We've got one at 70, about to hit 71. My bags are getting nearly full of these flipping bonus bags. There seems to also be a few people here. This, I think, is probably going to be the biggest slowdown for the entire thing. Being that whilst, yes, things does respawn kind of fast, it's only going to take one or even one or two other people here to, like, steal half the mobs. And, you know, it's open world. It's anybody's game in that regards. Back to the Undermine weak aura. Do you have to configure it anyway? It's still refusing to pop up even when I'm in Undermine. There are options to have it turned on or off permanently, I think, but not really. It should be just out the box from what I remember. Just check the custom options. If it's not in there, there's nothing. I never play with any weak auras from an actual, like, making the weak aura stage. That's, I don't know what I'm doing. If the person who made the weak auras put some custom options in, I'll tinker with those, but that's as far as I go with weak auras. These spear throwing mobs are annoying as well. Oh wait, did you log off? Wait, what? Oh, you ding level 71 and instantly get ported out. That's interesting. Yeah. Dinged level 71 instantly gets ported out. And that's also goofed up the party sync. So I need to prepare for one of them not to get... Okay. So uninvite you. That's weird. Okay, that's weird. Even though these are still level 69, 68, and 68. Well, either way, we got 1 to 71, 1 to 69, 1 to 68, and another 1 to 68. Technically, they should all qualify for loot in the Undermine, even at this point. But if this is going to happen, I need to figure out why this happens, and if it's something that a reload, for example, can fix. This one's turned up in a different shard to the... Okay, it's nighttime in some of these. That's fine, because they should all, within reason, be on different shards anyway. So, inviting everybody up should get everybody in. There's some weird shenanigans with the phasing. It's like, some of them are here, some of them are here, but then my main dude is not here. Has it put me in Chromie time? Has this dude put me in Chromie time as the party leader? Is that what we think's happening here? So I just got to be careful they don't accidentally hit 71. It says party sync is activated. Yeah, I think it's put my main dude in party sync, which is really annoying. That's odd. Well, let's see. Or has it put all the other ones in Chromie time? It also means I've lost all the loot on the other ones. Whatever. Let's go have a look. Let's go speak to Chromie. What's Chromie saying? Yeah, being level 70, I can't choose anything. So it must have been that it's put... Somehow it's put these guys in Chromie time. And it's probably because they're above level 68. Because when they go above level 68, they can go into the new content. They have mail, the bags are probably there. Epic ones, maybe. Yeah. The item level of the gear on these dudes. I really should give these guys some heirlooms as well, actually thinking about it. Just so they're not level 8. Okay. Well, that's something to be aware of. Let's go back to see if these guys have had Chromie time switched on. Let's just transfer one of them back out. I think one being ported out when they hit level 71 triggered the others at level 68 plus to go into Chromie time, weirdly. Yeah, I don't have the ability at level 68, 69 now to tinker with. Yeah, that's literally what it was. So when the one character hit level 71, it nuked it for all of the others. So they just are what they are now. That's fine. 68's enough to get into... to collect loot, I believe, from rares anyway. Just something to note for the future. Legion enchanting done. Next is Pandarian. I never even looked at how much work it is to level all the professions. I hope it'll actually make a profit when housing comes. I mean, it's probably smart to get it out the way. There's absolutely no guarantee it will, because it depends very much on how they implement things like these new reagents. We were talking about this earlier. If the new reagents end up being tradable on the auction house, the likelihood of there being much profit in the items is slim. The only restriction then will be whether people have the recipes or not. But we're also led to believe that the decor items are going to be consumables, and so they'll be on the region-wide auction house. But it's good practice. It's good to get things up and running now. Good to get things sorted so that, you know, it's ready for when you need it. It doesn't even want to... Oh yeah, because these guys are over here. So now it's all put them in the same phase again. Interesting. Interesting. Monolite ore is on the rise. Literally anything that goes into the leveling of the professions is going to be seeing an uptick, as I'm sure there's plenty of people that are tinkering with the old professions at the moment for that exact reason. I'm pretty sure. Right, okay. Well, under normal circumstances, that would be another full team of level 70s. Some of them are a little bit short. These two are 68, nearly 69. This one's 69 and this one's 71. A little bit of disparity then in their EXP whilst leveling up. But some of them had potions, some of them started before. This was just a test run, really, more than anything else. But it does now mean that we can solo boost 4 characters to level 70 pretty efficiently. Looking at this dude's stats. Oh, did none of these have Zygor on? Oh, I meant to turn Zygor on one of these, so we had the leveling time. Oh well. Because their slash played is not very representative. 2 hours, 46 minutes. Less than 3 hours to basically hit level 70, but that's totally not fair, because there's been huge amounts of downtime and me figuring stuff out and stuff. Probably shave an easy hour off that. And then if I actually know how to play my Demon Hunter properly, shave another half an hour off that. So I reckon we can get it down to about an hour and a half per team. Maybe 2 hours, because you've got to create each of the characters, pick the realms that they're on, and then I need to get some basic quests done with them. But it's relatively easy and straightforward to set up and get, within a couple of hours, another team of level 70s. 30 minutes roughly per level 70. Yeah, when you sort of average it out between the, because you're doing 4 at once, every half an hour you're getting yourself another level 70. Which, if you're using it for concentration alts, that's, you know, add another half an hour onto that character to level its professions if you really wanted to. I'm probably not going to be doing concentration alts on these. I'll just park them in the hotel, use them for rare killing purposes. Slap heirloom on the characters as you create them and get them some rested. It could even make it slightly faster. Yeah, if I went through and spent an hour or two creating a bunch of characters, like you said, put heirlooms on them, sit them somewhere. Well, I mean, the legwork of getting, like, you've got to actually maybe get them all to Valdrakken, because you can very quickly get them to Valdrakken, sit them with heirlooms, log them off. And then when you need to actually level them with a bit of rested, move them over to the zone, boost them up. Seems to work reasonably well for a first little run. It wasn't too bad. for first little run. Then I just need to, yeah, probably consider giving them some basic gear so they're not running around in like item level 8. Heirlooms will do that job quite nicely. Oh, yeah, you'll burn the... Yeah, because the rested is based upon mob XP as well, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Rested is only decent after level 71. What software is it to have your windows like this? Well, it's default Windows snapping, really. You can do, you know, in Windows 10, 11, you can snap things to wherever you want. To have this exact layout, you can use something called Fancy Frames, which is a Windows plugin. Fancy Zones, sorry, which allows you to make additional snapping zones. But right, boys and girls, I think I'm probably going to leave that there for today. Tomorrow's reset day. Tomorrow's a bit of a bigger day. We will hopefully in the next few days or so be able to create another few of these teams, which I can then merge these in. All of these characters that I'm making now are on other realms, lower level realms, which the concept is I will weave them in my regular teams to help the rare killing be a bit quicker and easier on a daily basis. Obviously, you add another team's worth of characters, but then shuffle them around a bit, so hopefully you can do some realm hopping on each one, make the process a bit quicker, a bit smoother. Take advantage of these mechanicas whilst the value of them is still pretty high. Enjoy the rest of your day though, boys and girls. If you're playing on Team NA, enjoy your reset later today. Best of luck with your vaults. If you're on Team EU, feel free to join me tomorrow where we'll go through it all ourselves. Yeah, thanks for joining. Have a good one. I'll see you next time. Peace.